Sticky floors, coffee stains, buzzer neon light remains. Faces murmur, shifting blame. Fingers tap on worn out wood. Shadows move where nothing should. Secrets hiding under hoods. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight. Truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight. Truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. On the flickering light. Sticky floors, coffee stains, buzzer neon light remains. Faces murmur, shifting blame.
Yeah, let's get it. This ain't no slow burn. This a new chapter. There go, Cafe the Meatballs. Yeah, we locking it down. Late night, no sleep, minding the chase. Found a new feed and I picked up the pace. The cafe, the truth, no lies on the table. Found my whole fam and this shit ain't a fable. Used to feel lost, feeling jill like a ghost. Now I got a whole crew, man, I'm feeling the most. They go on the mic, yeah, his voice is a beacon. Every time he drops true, my inner lake to awaken. This ain't for the clout, ain't for the quick fame. This for the lost ones that they forgot the name. We watching the cases, we digging in deep. While the whole world out here is still fast asleep.
For the cafe, this for the whole fam. This for the real ones that don't give a damn. We holding it down, yeah, we sticking to the code. The meatballs on fire, yeah, we breaking the mold. So thank you, Dago, you a whole leader. Built a real community for every single reader. Only on YouTube, but the bond is worldwide. From the cafe to the crib, yeah, we all ride. Let's ride. Ain't no merch drops, just pure dedication. This ain't just a channel, it's a new nation. We all in the comments, we all in the chat. We got a real bond and you can't top that. From the missing to the victims, we seeing the light. We standing for the truth in the middle of the night. You gave us a voice, gave us something to believe. Yeah, the meatballs, man, you better not leave. We loyal to the real, we ain't doing no faking. Every new video, man, a whole squad awaken. He don't need no fame, he just need a real mic and a loyal crew that's gonna ride with him for life. For the cafe, this for the whole fam. This for the real ones that don't give a damn. We holding it down, yeah, we sticking to the code. The meatballs on fire, yeah, we breaking the mold. So thank you, Dago, you a whole leader. Built a real community for every single reader. Only on YouTube, but the bond is worldwide. From the cafe cafe to the crib, we all ride. Dago, the meatballs, to the last upload, man. Peace! Peace!
Yeah, let's get it. This ain't no slow burn. This a new chapter. There go, cafe to meatballs. Yeah, we locking it down. Late night, no sleep, mind in the chase. Found a new feed and I picked up the pace. The cafe, the truth, no lies on the table. Found my whole fam and this shit ain't a fable. Used to feel lost, feeling jill like a ghost. Now I got a whole crew, man, I'm feeling the most. There go on the mic, yeah, his voice is a beacon. Every time he drops true, my inner lake to awaken. This ain't for the clout, ain't for the quick fame. This for the lost ones that they forgot and they we watching the cases. We digging in deep while the whole world out here still fast asleep.
For the cafe, this for the whole fam. This for the real ones that don't give a damn. We holding it down, yeah, we sticking to the code. The meatballs on fire, yeah, we breaking the mold. So thank you, Dago, you a whole leader. Built a real community for every single reader. Only on YouTube, but the bond is worldwide. From the cafe to the crib, yeah, we all ride. Let's ride. Ain't no merch drops, just pure dedication. This ain't just a channel, it's a new nation. We all in the comments, we all in the chat. We got a real bond and you can't top that. From the missing to the victims, we seeing the light. We standing for the truth in the middle of the night. You gave us a voice, gave us something to believe. Yeah, the meatballs, man, you better not leave. We loyal to the real, we ain't doing no faking. Every new video, man, a whole squad awaken. He don't need no fame, he just need a real mic and a loyal crew that's gonna ride with him for life. For the cafe, this for the whole fam. This for the real ones that don't give a damn. We holding it down, yeah, we sticking to the code. The meatballs on fire, yeah, we breaking the mold. Meatballs. So thank you, Dago, you a whole leader. Built a real community for every single reader. Only on YouTube, but the bond is worldwide. From the cafe to the crib, yeah, we all ride. Let's ride. Yeah. From the cafe to the crib, we all ride. Dago, the meatballs, to the last upload, man. Peace!
All right. Welcome back to the cafe, y'all. Back open for business. Thank you guys for joining us tonight. I hope you're all having an amazing rest of your evening, rest of your day. It's great to be back tonight. Great to see you all. Thank you for joining me, guys. Please make sure to hit the like button on your way in the door and share this out and let everybody know what we're doing tonight. I appreciate you so very much for being here. Back to Idaho, guys. We're gonna have an open discussion again tonight. There's a real Ava Wood, one of the friends of Kaylee Gonsalves, did an interview with Vicky Ward, the co-writer of the Patterson book. We're gonna review that interview and some other things and discuss some stuff that has come out within the reports. Share our opinions and feelings with everybody on it. And you know how it goes, folks. Here we go. here we are. Welcome back, y'all. Thank you guys for joining me tonight to do this thing. Come on in, grab a seat. Hope you guys enjoyed the song. Scully wrote that song, put it together for the channel. Grateful of it. We're very grateful for him for doing that. So I figured I will let you guys hear it. Again, I use it sometimes for an outro, intro, whatever. Great song, great job. Scully's very talented. You guys got to check out his other stuff that he does. I guess he's been working with Outkast, who's another super talented individual that puts on amazing shows in the evenings for everybody. Always giving us something to look into and listen to. Love them both to death. So please support both Scully and Outkast if you guys can. Please and thank you. I appreciate it. There's Scully's link right there. Right there. And we'll get Outkast link in here as well. Y'all know who he is. Speaking of y'all, who we got in here tonight? Michelle F., welcome back. True Seeker, good to see ya. Radar. Is that Radar O'Reilly? Hey. Nothing half-assed. Whoop, whoop. Good to see ya. You're going to make me... This music stuff I've been listening to the past couple of days is going to make me end up do a music stream here soon. How are you, Radar? SRBBB. BBBB. Long time no see. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us. Midnight at the Man Chenille. Good to see you tonight. James Diori, welcome back. Rissa Roberts in the house. Good to have you here. I did. Somebody sent it to me. Pavarotti did make mention of me in his video as well. Appreciate that very much, Pav. Listen, guys, if I see something good, I call it out. I call it what it is. You know what I'm saying? JS 218. I'm sorry. Good to see you. Super Goats back in the house tonight. Great to have you here. I think I got some stuff to be sharing to y'all. I don't know how this happens, but I get these. They send these to me a lot. Scully Chi in the house, brother. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for being here. Well, there's that. And there's you. Good to have you here. Congratulations. Welcome to the sauce. Hope to have you here. Thank you so much for that. Well, have a great weekend as well. I appreciate you very much. Doc, great to see you. Let's see here. I gotta get a hold of Outkast and see if maybe he can help me. I guess he told Tomboy that he could, and maybe he can help me figure out this soundboard thing so I can get this running. Eddie's in the house. What's happening? One made nut. Good to see you, brother. Welcome back tonight. True Seeker, welcome back to you. And Just Amber, good to see you tonight. Annie Ruler from Vegas in the house. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Good Trouble, welcome back. And of course, the Moonlit Baby's in the house, as she always is. Outkast popping in. I know what he's doing. You got to pay me back, he thinks, but you don't have to do that, brother. You don't have to do that. Appreciate you very much, my friend. Beach Babe, welcome back to you. Gen 7, great to see you. There it is. Thank you so much for that. And thank you, sir. Thank you. Appreciate you very much. Skirt. Skull, yeah. Rissa Roberts, I said hello to you. Joanne, welcome back to you. Miss Simply Solo, Yenzal, and Dago. Good to see you. Thank you. Of course, Dagburn, Johnny Gobbles, Dead Floozy Mama. Miss Diane, welcome back to you. Miss Paula, great to see you as well. Let's see here. Again, please share this out and hammer that like button, folks. Let's get this into that algorithm as soon as we can. Lucy Lou, welcome back, girl. Good to see you. Miss Bianca. Another very talented creator there. I want to put Bianca's link out too. She's got some great music she's put out. I've shared with you guys before. I love Bianca. She's very sweet and she does some really creative stuff. Please go check her out, guys. Hang on here a minute. Miss Kaylee, I think, has joined us earlier today. Said she's free. It's great to see her back in the chats. Your Hold on a minute here. I know there's something in here, but I can't find it now. I know you sent me some links, Bianca, on your music stuff, but I lost. I'm really bad with my Discord and stuff. I can't find them now. I've been trying. I've been looking for them for like 2 weeks because I wanted to play some of that other stuff you had made, the other songs that you made, the more recent ones about Idaho 4 and stuff, and I cannot find them, dear. So if you could resend any of that stuff, the new stuff to me, please do. I really want to get that stuff heard and get, I want to get you some people hearing your stuff and seeing your stuff. So please do. Mr. Jane, welcome back to you. Good to see ya. No, Super Goat, there is nothing. There's nothing in the documents. There's nothing in the reports. No, there's not. Happy Friday, y'all. Thank you, Bianca. I appreciate it, dear. Let's see here. You are welcome, and good to see you too, Miss Amber. Is that Meg? The Meg stars in the house. Good to see you, Meg. Thank you for joining us tonight, dear. Super Meg. True Seeker. I think I hit everybody. Good Trouble. Yes, I think I did. Gen 7. Great to see you. Yep. It happens all the time, every day. It's nice outside here too. It's really nice. It's temperature wise, it's only 70 degrees, y'all. It's nice out. It's almost like early fall. Julie Ann, welcome back, dear. Ben Sanity, what's up, bro? Good to see you. Miss Michelle F. Cheers and Friday. Happy Friday to you. Terry Martin, hello, dear. Good to see you tonight. We got 79 peeps, 55 likes. You can do better than that. Please and thank you. You know better. Come on, guys. Come on. Give me some love if you could. Please hit that button. Yeah, there's so much BS. Bill Thompson said it himself. All the guilters out there creating scenarios to make Brian look more guilty. Come on. Look at the facts and the red flags in your face, folks, and say, hey, why? Let me see here. Robert, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for joining us. Twizzo Wizzo, what's up, bro? Watch your words. What are they doing? What are they going to do? Miss Justice in the house. Good to see ya. Come on, guys. You mean guilty at all? Oh, yes. I'm sorry, Twiz. I'm sorry. You know what I meant, sir. If we want to get all, real about it. You must say outcast 3 times to summon him. Outcast, outcast, outcast. He's already here, though. He was. Come on in. Again, don't forget to hit that button. And please share it out, guys. Please, please, please. Angel D is in the house. Welcome back, Miss Angel. Good to see ya. Miss Tandy, the Seahawks fan in the house. Hello. Clifton Mayo, welcome back, my friend. Good to see ya. Oh, sorry there, Scully. I wasn't even getting it. JS218, I said hello, but hello again. Let's see here. Lucci. What you up to tonight, Biff? Good to see you. Come on in, guys. Get comfortable. 90 peeps in the house. 64 likes. We're getting there. We're getting there. They're going up slowly. Oh, the meatballs. Yes, guys, run over there and hit the like button and thank Pavarotti from me. Let him know from Dago, from Dago's community. We appreciate him shouting us out over here, and we appreciate good work when we see it. Ben just dropped 5 more meatballs, guys. We gained a bunch earlier too. That's amazing, Ben. Where are they though? There they are. That was weird. Woman doing false memories received membership. D Smalls, Misha, and it looks like Jen B received membership as well. Aunt Clara as well. Congrats, guys, and welcome to the sauce. More meatballs in the sauce. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. You do, you do, you do. And I appreciate that so much, Ben. Thank you, bro. Very generous. You guys are amazing. I love this community, the generosity in here. I love the people, the kindness, the realism from all of you. I appreciate each and every one of you guys so very much. You are the beautiful people. Elizabeth, welcome. Good to see you. Happy Friday to you. It's going to be a good Friday night. I'd rather not spend my Friday with anybody else but all you awesome peeps. For real, dough. For real, dough. I seen somebody in the chat say something about rap. You know, like I used to DJ, folks. And I've always loved like just music, period. I listened to anything from NWA to Mozart. Okay. So, I mean, it is what it is. I love music, but that song, Scully made it for myself and the channel. So of course I want to play it and let you guys hear the talent there. Rhiannon Murphy, welcome. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Love your name, Rhiannon. Gotta love Fleetwood Mac. Unk is in the house. What's up, Unk? Good to see you tonight, my brother. There's a lot of it, Jen. You can't let it affect you. You will go insane. I had to learn that the hard way, but you will. There's a lot of stupidity floating around with this, especially. So you can't let it bother you, dear. It will drive you insane. Let's see here. Family and friends, welcome. Good to have you here. Quack, quack. I'm here as Duckman. I've been many other man usernames. Well, it's great to have you here, man. Angel with an A, good to see you tonight. Yes, Stevie Nicks is amazing. Everybody say what's up to Unk. He's in the house tonight. Good to see you, Unk. Thank you for joining us. I also was thinking about reviewing another video put out by another awesome creator that comes in here and supports us as well. Docket Decoder pops in here. He put a video out. It was quite interesting to look at, and I thought I should or could review it with you. Faux show. Let's see. Come on now. Where are we at here? This is not working for me. Sorry, guys. Alicia J. Hey. Hello. What's up, butthead? Good evening, butthead. Now you got to watch your response. This is all in loving words, by the way, folks. This is how we greet each other. Yes, Stevie was amazing. Is amazing. God, I don't want to say it like that. Not lately, especially. It's funny. Yeah, that's the best question you can ask there, Miss Diane, but good luck getting an answer. Quack, quack. Oops. Now I'm Duckman official. Good stuff, Duckman. Welcome. Please welcome anybody new you see, as we do with everybody. Make them feel at home and comfortable, please, and thank you. Very much appreciated. All right, let me see now. PK's new PA arrest photo is straight up GQ. That's definitely an interesting picture. That's for damn sure. Yes, Bonda is correct. Music is life and it fixes everything and anything, folks. If you're having a bad day, you're in a bad mood, put on some music. Guys, please make sure to drop down in your bottom of your chat there, hit that little $sign, click into that, and make sure you can receive gifts. This is a very generous and welcoming community that likes to gift memberships regularly. Please make sure you can receive one if you will. You just never know when they're coming. No, JS, we can't tell how long you've been subscribed. We can tell how old your account is, but we can't see how long you've been here. I thought you were rather new, probably in the last month at least, I would think. Maybe a little longer. Yeah, if you guys have, you do have the meatball emojis. You're welcome to use those. You should have them. Angel's talking about. Mama Bear put all those together. A little bit of fun for you. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. It's hard to tell. All right, let me see here. We got 126 peeps, 83 likes. Come on, y'all. We can make that match and get this up into that algorithm. We only need a 20 some odd more. We can do that. There's a little bit of a giving back to the community. Rhiannon picked up a membership. Angela K, welcome to you. Siggy and Mike, congrats and welcome. Elise 2025. And Devil Doll 666. Welcome to the source. It gives us 10 new members. No thanks needed, Rhiannon. Thank you for being here and supporting the channel. We appreciate you all so very much. Nothing but love, guys. Nothing but love. In this crazy case, one of these days, we're not going to have it to talk about, guys. What are we going to do then? Once we figure out why the BS and the corruption happened, we can move on, I think, okay? If we ever do. But at this point, we don't know yet. So, Twizzy Wiz, yeah, we will always be able to talk about it. That's a fact, bro. That is a fact. You need to join me up here tonight, Twiz. You always like dog me out. But you can jump on stream and talk to a fake person, but you won't talk to me. What's up with that, bro? I'm just kidding, by the way. Just kidding, but you should join me up here. The link is pinned to the top of the chat for anybody that wants to join us for an open discussion. It's all y'all. Miss Noni's in the house. Good evening, Miss Noni. 26 months, a member. You've been here a long time, Noni. We love you and appreciate you so very much. Yeah, it was done very well. I appreciate it too. I appreciate it very much. I loved it. Hemisphere, welcome back to you, my friend. Good to see you tonight. Let's see here. We can't. Scully, pop out or hit refresh. If you hit the refresh button, it should bring you back to date, I think. Oh, Lord, look at this. Eight pitiful little months Miss Alicia's been here. Oh, no, I didn't see the hello fucker. Okay, there we go. There's the love. She's showing me the love now. 8 months. We know she's been here longer than 8 months, guys. This lady's been here Maybe it's because of the whole thing, the temporary thing, Alicia. That could be why. That's at least a year plus, I think. At least a year. 127 beautiful peeps in the house, guys. 90 likes. We're almost to 100. Let's make this match. If you're here, hit the like button, please, and thank ya. And make sure if you're not, please subscribe. We'd love to have you. And share this out, if you will. That's it. She left me. She left me, guys. I was brokenhearted. I cried. For 13 days and 13 nights, I cried when she left. If you believe that, I'll tell you another one. No, I was sad, but not like that. Yes, Twiz, go on up. I'd like to hear your... I do want to hear that. Truly, Twiz, I would like to hear what you think. Hell, we should review that too, guys, because that's been stewing in my brain for the whole day. So we might review that as well. I was upset, Alicia. That's a fact. You know I was. I didn't cry for 13 days and nights, but I was upset. My heart broke a little bit that night. But you fixed it, and we're here, so that's all that matters. I didn't quite see them, but I should review that, guys, so I can tell you the truth about things that I know. Okay? I think we should. Okay, if you guys want to review that video and point it all out, put a 1 in the chat. If you don't, then don't put anything in there. Boy, this chat thing is I just noticed YouTube is really like taking people's comments and hiding and holding them to check on them. That's crazy. That's new. They weren't doing that so much. Well, if that's the thing, I don't believe that it is, Clifton. That's the whole problem with it. Hey, Kent, good to see you tonight. Slytherin stick. Oh my God, you guys, you're a mess. Yeah, I don't know. They were off. I don't know why it's doing that now, but I know, like, that's something new because I had all that stuff turned off. I don't need that when I have the mods in here. Terry says, can we send prayers to Kelly from our Rory? Kelly and my channel surviving that she's... Oh, yeah, absolutely, guys. I don't know her last name, but from Rory and Terry's channel, Surviving the Truth, Miss Kelly, I guess, has not been feeling very well. She's been pretty sick. So just like as we do with anybody else, any other human being out there, guys, we got to show some love and support. Thoughts and prayers if you're a praying person. Send in her direction that she gets better soon. I have no problem with that at all, ever. I don't know. We're going to find out about Dot. I'm really irritated, to be honest with you. Truly, I am. Hey, Kim, good to see you tonight. Kelly Patterson, thank you, Simply. So prayers and thoughts for Miss Kelly Patterson that she gets better soon, for sure. Beach Babe, good to see you. Yeah, Josie West is in the house tonight. Good to see you, Josie. Thank you for being here with us. I'm really irritated that she had the gall to come back out here. If it's the same one, her real name's Braden. Okay. She was a TikToker and she admitted to the fact that she wasn't that person. Myself, CJ, and Jules of all trades, we completely debunked that whole situation over a period of like 3 days. It was weirder than you think. I can imagine, dude, after the interview that I did with her 2 years ago, it was very... Matt Emlo in the house. Yeah, I do too, SRB. I'm just curious because I can tell you if it's the same one, and I can tell you what's right and wrong. Because that was just, why would you do this now? You already came out, said that you were lying. You were debunked in multiple ways. She was debunked on TikTok too, and she had done this to a lot of other situations within TikTok. So couldn't deal with the likes. Uh-oh. We're getting there. We got 102. We hit that. We hit the algorithm. Thank you all so very much. But you can keep on hitting it, folks. So Penny Lane, good to see you tonight. Where was this live at that Twiz jumped on? Was it Outcast? Is that the one, or was there another one? I got you. Crafts and Crime, welcome. Good to see you. I don't know if it's the same one or not, Crafts, but or Amber, I'm sorry. Wrong person. Holy sheet. Good to see you, Penny. All right, so let's see what we got. We'll start with that, I guess, and get that out of the way. I know there's quite a few people that want to see this. This is such... I want to... The only reason why I want to see this is because I want to call the bullshit where it's at. It's the last thing that needs to be out here with what's been going on. So, and Outcast, bro, God bless you for putting up with it. That's all I can say is, damn. All right, let me see here. Show. I'll tell you what, y'all. I watched pieces and parts of the new, as much as I can't stand. We all know I can't stand Chris McDonough from the interview room, but I watched pieces and parts of it today. And wow. He didn't say Brian was innocent. He didn't say anything about that, but he sure as hell tore down the prosecution and law enforcement with the case, folks. I mean, damn. I was kind of shocked. Truly. And I didn't even watch the whole thing. I was really kind of shocked, to be honest with you. So this could be fun, reviewing this video, because we can tear it apart piece by piece. Yeah, he called him Santa Claus too, Duckman. That's the funniest thing. Yes, I think he's reviewing the reports, Clifton, and that's where a lot of this is coming out at, just like we did. That's what we're going to talk about after we review this too. Right, Unc. 100%. All right, buddy. Let's see here. Where you at, Outcast? Hold on. One minute. Hold on, you guys. My son just walked up on me and talking about buying me dinner and stuff, so I'm gonna jump on that. But I'm just trying. I'm looking for the video right now. Sorry. Is Mama Bear in here? Did she? No, she's still working, probably. Rowena. Welcome, Row. Why can I not ever find his channel, you guys? I'm subscribed to it, everything. And every time I go looking for him to bring it up, I have to go through this whole Outcast thing. That's why I'm started singing their songs. 1, 2, 3, 4, my baby. I don't understand why it's not coming up. Excuse me. I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. I am for real. Never meant to. Could somebody give me a link to it? Maybe? Anybody? This is ridiculous. Welcome, Amy. Good to see you. I know I'm spelling it right. There's no space between it. I don't think. Ah, of course. It's ridiculous that it does this. So he's got enough. He's got enough algorithm now that he should be able to just pop up. Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Lucci. Of course you did. That'll work too. Thank you guys very much. Let me see here. Let's see here. Hold on a minute, you guys. All right, I got it. Thank you, Lucy. As always, my mods are amazing, folks. They really are. Miss Christie's in the house. Good to see you. Come on in, y'all. Let me see. Okay. All right, let's check it out. And I'll be able to tell you right away if it's the same person because of the voice. The voice was very specific. So let's.
Multiple different videos of people. Is that like people trying to join you, or?
There it is. Yep. And she's already acting like she doesn't know shit. Fake. This is ridiculous.
No, you shouldn't see anyone but me and you.
Okay, I'm saying like I see people that are.
I don't
like,
even think you see me right now. You probably
No, but like I see like random people on the screen.
Yeah, that's weird. I don't know.
That are like trying to. I don't know, like.
I wouldn't worry about it anyways. It would just be.
Yeah.
They're not in here. I have to. Like.
Yes, this is who Dot was 2 years ago, and who she claimed to be then. We debunked that person. She's not that person. She's somebody altogether different, and the things that she said, she admitted to saying that it wasn't, none of it was true. So let's hear what lies and bullshit we have here.
Like I would see him, you know.
But yeah, you know what? People made fun of me and people put me down, and you know, at the end of the day, like if you go to True Crime Design, I've talked to True Crime Design many times on the phone and even on FaceTime. And I've talked with her, and that's why she felt comfortable talking about me. If you look at Chaos Sector and everything that Chaos Sector has said about me and my story, then you'll understand that they know and have vetted me. Like, there has been very credible people that have really good information on this that have talked with me. But then there's been other people that have made fun of me and put me down and, you know, saying I'm a liar.
She herself said she was a liar. This is Braden, okay? Same exact voice. Welcome, Nana. Good to see you tonight. This is ridiculous already. She herself said she lied about this, and that this wasn't true. If we could find it on Twitter, If I could find it on TikTok, I would show you right now. For those of you that were here with us back then, you know that what this is, that this is a farce.
Well, what are you saying that they're saying you're a liar of?
Well, they're just saying I'm a fraud.
Congratulations, Josie. Welcome back to the sauce, dear. And yeah, you are a fraud.
And anything that I said wasn't true, and I never knew anything about what was going on, and and how would I know what I knew? If you go back and listen to what I said, I mean, I've talked to Kim. I knew when I talked to Brett Norton, I told Brett Norton so many things that nobody even knew. And you know what she said to me? Brett Norton said to me, she said, you can get a book deal. When I first talked to her, she goes, you can get a book deal through Howard Bloom. And I said, I don't want a book deal. I don't want anything in regards to that. All I want is to try to help Brian because I don't believe that he did this. And I'm trying to help. And she kept pushing this narrative of Howard trying to get information in this book deal. And I didn't want anything to do with it. So when I distanced myself from her, then she started going on this whole thing that I was some fake, crazy liar person. And I never was. I literally never was.
So your story was you were right by there, weren't you?
Basically what happened is Brett Norton was on TikTok and alive, and she was talking about the Idaho 4. And during that time, that was right when the leakers, the Russian hackers were coming in, and they had been talking about how there was a connection between the Wi-Fi and the nail salon that was near the area. And there's also one of the Russian hackers that said something about, there's a guy named Brian that, is going to be arrested. And they knew before anybody else. And that was during the time that I started talking to Brat. And she was like, hey, I trust you. I trust what you know. I trust what you can give to me. I will never do you dirty. I'm like, okay, I completely understand. I'm here for it. So I started to confide in her and I talked to her. And she's like, hey, I know this guy, Howard Bloom. He's a famous writer. He's going to write a book. Like, I'm going to try to do this documentary that's going to be, on some platform. And you can make a lot of money. And I'm like, I don't want to make any money.
That's true. What she said there, that is true. That was what Brat was all about. That's how I figured out the whole bullshit. Okay. But, okay. I'm going to let you listen to this for a little bit longer, then I'm going to show you something else.
I don't care about that. I just really want for people to know the truth. And through that, she was talking to Steve and all of her messages. And she was three-waying between me and WSU Kim. And she got caught up in a lot of stuff. And
Kim even came out and said that she was not real.
Unfortunately, after that, everything went crazy. Everything went wild. And then all these wild things were put about, and that's the truth. That's the absolute truth,
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, what reason would I have to lie now? Like, what does it even matter? I haven't talked and said anything in a year. Like, in over a year, I haven't said anything to anybody. So what reason would I have to lie?
She did at one point, SRB, but then other things were said, and then she came and Kim said to me that she believed it wasn't her too.
You know what I mean? Like, I had people bait me. I've had people call me and message me and like email me and bait me to come out and say something through all this stuff that was going on this past year, and I never did. So if it was always about, me trying to find some attention, then what the heck does that? It doesn't make any sense. Why would I seek out attention if I haven't talked to anybody in a year?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make sense. If I was an attention-seeking person, then I would have gone forward through all of this stuff and been on all platforms that I could. So at the end of the day,
She did try that.
I've talked to Kim. I still talk to Kim. I know what she knows. Like, I know at the end of the day that, like, we were seeking truth, and the people that don't believe it, it doesn't matter to me.
Kim, if you can hear me, come back in here, please. Like I said, I put a blanket apology out because there's a lot of people that wanted to apologize to you. Come back out and come in here. You know my door's open to you always. And let's talk at this point because there's a lot to talk about now. And I think that me personally, I deeply apologize to you. But I want to talk to you, one, about this, and two, about some other things. So if you can hear me by some weird chance, come on in. It doesn't matter what name you use. You're not blocked in any form. So
Because I'm not here.
So what do you feel the truth is? Do you have any do you have any idea what?
Yeah,
What,
I mean, at the end of the day, there's a lot of things that happened and went on. You know,
like what?
That morning, there were 5 people outside that morning. Like I said,
And you seen it?
Emma was outside.
Did you see it?
Yes,
You
yes, I
seen the
did.
people outside? Okay, I'm just making sure.
Emma was outside. I believe it was Demetrius because he always was with her. He's the only black male that I know that was with her.
Right.
And there was also Dylan because she's tall. It's very easy to identify who she is because of her stature. And then there was a male who I didn't know who it was that was light complected, and I'm not sure who that was. And there was another guy that had kind of like a hoodie up. But during that time frame, when I did and people seen that, they were you would have never thought anything was going on at the house because they were just outside hanging out, like smoking weed,
And what
whatever.
time
Like,
was this at?
this was like maybe 8:30, 9 o'clock.
So this is 8:39 in the morning.
Yeah, it was literally like if you would have just seen if you would have just woke up and you were getting ready to go home or something, you would have seen it. You'd have been like, oh, it's just another day. You would have never guessed. Like when we found out that happened and those murders happened, we were like, are you kidding me? You would have never guessed that like there would have been people outside just hanging out like nothing happened. That's what was so mind-boggling to me is
And
that it was like there was nothing going on. I don't know how that happened. You know what I
so,
mean? And
so you're saying there's 5 people outside you can see. They're out just smoking.
yes, absolutely.
And this is where outside patio.
Right by like where the couch was.
Oh, okay.
I mean, like just hanging out outside, just chilling outside. Like,
So where were you when the fucking cops? Where are you still around there at 12 o'clock?
no, no, no,
No, you.
I haven't been around there. Like, basically, like, so do you know that, there was that they bought out the University of Phoenix? Like it was grandfathered in.
Well, they were trying to buy it, right?
Right, right.
Right.
So during that time, I was actually I going online to take my classes at the University of Phoenix. And I wanted to be grandfathered in. I got grandfathered in as that process was going along.
Mm-hmm.
So it was easy for me to transfer my credits and stuff like that.
So
So
what does
people
that
have asked
mean?
me,
I
like,
don't mean to be, what does grandfathered in mean?
like basically once something is in the process, like they're trying to do something, like let's say they're trying to create a new, like they're saying, hey, you know what, if I create this rule and it ends up going through because of the fact that you were in the process of that, we will go ahead and say, you know what, that's okay. You're gonna go for that. So because of the fact that I had applied and wanted to be transferred, they're going to say, okay, we're gonna let that happen and go through because you had already been like on a waiting list to do that.
Right.
So, and I talked to WSU Kim mom many times, and she was real, and a lot of the stuff that she said was real, and people ridiculed her. People put her down. I don't care what people think of me. I don't give a shit about that. It doesn't matter to me. What I cared about, what really mattered to me, was the fact that there was this narrative that was going on that, you know, Brian, this, that, and the other. And that's nothing of what was going on. And I try to do my best to reiterate to people, like, you know what, there's something that's not right.
I just wanted you guys to know that this person is, I think, 36 or 38 in that realm. So that's the age of this person that we found out way back when. I can't remember the exact number, but it's in that realm. So understand that too.
There's something that's going on that is not right. And Kim tried to express that too. And we were shunned. We still have been shunned. That's why I haven't said anything in a year.
She doesn't need to put her. She got a lot of information from Kim. She doesn't need to put um, herself in the same grouping as Kim. This is ridiculous. Ridiculous, folks. Ridiculous.
And people will still put me down, and people will still make fun of me. There's people like Jules of all trades, for example. The other day, somebody sent me a clip where she was talking about one of the documents, and in the documents, somebody was speaking out about something, and she said, you know what, that's probably Dot's daddy. I can only hope that's Dot's daddy and how psychotic he could be. My father passed away. So for
Yeah.
me to say like that's my dad saying something on some documents, and that that was probably some psychotic guy, like, and my dad passed away, like, it's stuff like that even a year later when I haven't said anything, that these people are so pressed. Why do you
Because your name is not Dot, it's Braden. Okay, and you. Oh my God.
care so much? If you think I'm just some troll, like if I'm just some like lunatic liar troll, then why do these creators 2 years later still bring me up? There are people that still bring me up to
Because she caused a lot of problems. A lot of problems in. It's the same person, Christy. It's the same voice. Same voice. Okay. I only had to hear a second of it. It caused a lot of problems and a lot of miseducation, miscommunication, and misdirection in the case when this came out. That was the problem with it. Big problem. Same voice. That's how I know it's the same person. Same person. I'll show you guys. I'll show you.
3 years later. If I was a nothing and a nobody and just some troll, then
Hmm.
why would anybody care what I have to say? You know what I mean? Like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I hear
Uh,
you. I mean, some people might have just written you off, and I don't know. There's still people out there.
yeah, who cares? I'm not trying to get money out of it. Like, I could
Yeah,
see if I
but
was
you can't. But you can't care if other people are talking. It's just you gotta ignore it and move forward. It happens to everybody. You know what I mean? Like people talk
right,
shit
but
about
it's
me.
still frustrating.
I don't care. All right. So, what was the last time you talked to WSU kid,
I talked to Kim less than 3 weeks ago.
and what does she believe?
What'd you say?
What does she actually believe? Like happened?
She is absolutely terrified.
Why is she
She is
terrified? Because
absolutely, she is like terrified because in her mind, with everything that was playing out, she's like, okay, you know what? This is too good to be true because this is all playing out to be normal, but I have a really bad sick feeling because I know something different happened. And she thinks in her head, you know what? There are the people that are really involved. They're sitting on the sidelines saying, okay, you know, that's fine. There's this, and this, but something else is going on. She is terrified. She doesn't want to talk to anybody. Like Truth and Transparency, Lana reached out to her and she didn't even want to reach out to Lana. You know what I mean? Like, that's how afraid she is. And I shouldn't even be saying this, but I'm saying this because I feel bad for her.
right.
I really do feel bad for her. At the end of the day, like, she's trying to live her life and enjoy her life, and she's afraid. You know, that's the end of the day. She's afraid.
Did you know her personally, or any of her
No,
daughters
I
or
didn't know her
sons?
personally. I got connected with her through Brat when the whole situation was going on, and she started talking, and I developed a rapport with her, and we spoke, and you know, she said a lot of truthful things, but she also had a lot of really convoluted things that went on, you know, but she said from day one that there was a lot of cover-ups with the things that were going on.
More than the Idaho 4? Is there other things covered up
Yes,
too, like
like
the
a lot of
overdoses,
stuff,
or even more stuff?
like the parallel investigation, and that there were a lot of things going on with, you know, cartels. There were a lot of things going on with smuggling of drugs. There were a lot of things that were going on that they were trying to nip in the bud to get away from the universities because they didn't want that type of stuff to infringe on what they were doing. So they were trying to push that stuff out for people not to know. And at the end of the day, it became so much, it infiltrated so much that they couldn't push it out. Like, it was infecting the universities like cancer. Like, they couldn't stop the stuff as much as they wanted to. And that's when, like, everything became real, you know, the stuff that happened and the investigation. And then you see these things come up. Okay, there's this person, there's that person, you know, and how are they, you know, how are they related to what's going on? Well, they are not investigating it, so they're not going to know. Like, it is related, but if you don't investigate, you're not going to know.
Right. So you're saying if they really investigated, they would see everything links together,
Yeah, they
some
really,
shape or
they,
form.
yeah, they really would. But
I think they
like,
know. I think they're just covering it up.
yeah, I mean, they're not gonna talk about it like at every juncture. Like, WSU Kim told me a couple of weeks ago. She said that she believed what she heard was is that one of the alternative suspects was going to be Brent, and how he was affiliated with Molly, and he was getting um drugs from her, and it was a whole type of cyclical thing, and he was going to go to the house with other people and they were going to try to get drugs, and you know, it didn't play out the way it was supposed to. You know what I
So
mean?
who do you actually think committed this crime? Will you say, or who you think, or you know, or
Me?
suspicion? Yeah, you yourself. Like who
I
do you
mean,
like? Do you believe it was a cover up?
honestly, I really feel like from the bottom of my heart, I really feel like there was like I think that there were drugs that were running in and out of the house, and it wasn't something that was really big. Like, it wasn't some big thing to where like there was like the cartel after them or whatever, but they were
Right.
running steady drugs out of the house. And what I think happened was is that they double crossed somebody, and you know, maybe one of the girls that were in the house, they were having a relationship with somebody that was also their drug dealer. And when that type of stuff happens, like
Yeah,
you're playing, with work and play. So, you're getting some drugs and then you're playing footsie with somebody. So at the
right.
end of the day, something went astray and somebody screwed somebody over and they were like, okay, we're gonna go in and we're gonna take care of the situation. And it just ended up bad, like they went in and
So who do you think would that be? Like, do you have any idea? Or
I think I mean if you really look at the people that are affiliated, with people like Molly and stuff like that, like if you really look at those people that are affiliated with that, like how do I say this? Like they're not afraid. They have nothing to lose. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
how
yeah, I
can I
get it.
say this? When
I
you live your
understand.
life of crime and you're a felon,
Yeah, you're in
or
and out
if
of jail all the time.
you're not
You don't
somebody
got
that's
shit.
gonna like look at Brian. Like he would have years of college that he would throw away. He would have years of recovering and building from his life to throw away. Now, these people that have lived habitual chronic crimes for multiple years and have felonies and have nothing to live for. They'll never become what they want to be. They will never achieve the status they want to be. They're like, you know what? What do I have to lose going in and doing something like this? Like, I have nothing to lose. Like, people like that are dangerous people.
So you're saying that it may be connected to Molly's people, the DoorDash
Oh,
driver,
yeah.
who's
Oh,
ever in
yeah.
that.
I
So
mean,
what is that?
how
Like a trailer
easy
park over there?
yeah, how easy would it be? She gets there and she's already delivered there before. Like let's put it into perspective. She's out at night, she's delivering to multiple different people in the community. She's probably delivered there multiple times while they were drunk. She knows, okay, I get this in, it's for this address, or if it's for this area, I know I can go there. I've delivered there multiple times. I know that they don't lock their doors. I know that they have people that have drugs in there. Like, I know that they're probably drunk. It would be so easy for me to go in, park, get ready to deliver something, call up a couple of my homeboys and say, hey, you know what? Get one in the back and one up front. I'll be the lookout. And it'd be easy for them to go in and do that. And for her to just be like, hey, why was I there? I was there because I was delivering some Jack in the Box. Like, it's an easy setup and it would be easy for them to get away with that. You know what I mean?
What? So did not know Molly was Molly way back when she was going on panels. Did you
No,
know?
I didn't know her. I didn't know her, but what I'm saying, what I have learned of the things that she's saying, that coincides with what would make sense. You know what I mean? That makes sense of a lot of the stuff that would be going on because you had
Do you hear how she's talking in circles around the question? She has no true answer to it. That's why, in my opinion, of course. Welcome, Bibby and Jessica. Good to see you guys.
literally you have a free shot at the house. You know what I mean? Like you have a reason to be there. You have an alibi to be there. You have a reason for your car to be around. You have a reason to say like you could call somebody and they could be there in 2 minutes. Maybe they're behind you, waiting behind you.
Could
You
I
know,
ask you a question though about that?
yeah.
Do you believe that the police were involved with a cover up and that's how the sheath got there, or these people planted a sheath?
I think that the
Do you
police
think the cops covered for these people that are low life have nothing to live? You think
here's what I think happened. I think the police came in and they assessed the situation and they were like, holy shit. Like this is something they were not expecting. And they're like, wait a minute, we have two choices here. Our first choice is we're honest and we say what's going on. And then we have utter panic and hysteria through the college and the university saying, oh my God, we have this group of people that deals drugs. They did a hit, like they're doing this, and this. They had a choice, but like, okay, we have that, and we're gonna lose all this enrollment, and everything's gonna fall to pieces, or we can say that it was something personal, that it was, a scorned ex, or it was somebody that had spent a lot of time there that liked one of the girls. So they picked okay, which should we pick? We'll pick the second one. And I think they looked at the situation and knew, wow, this is so messed up. But they had to try to morph all of the information into something that would fit that second scenario, and that's when they became crooked. They were like, well, we have to do this. We have no choice. Like, we have to make it this other way.
So you think they made it where they had to set up Brian?
Yeah, I think that they didn't actually premeditate, like, okay, we're gonna do this. But
And
I
then
think when they
blame
got to
Brian? You
the
think he
scene,
just came up after? Like it was
yeah, they
we
got to
need a
the scene.
fucking Patsy?
They were
Right.
saying it was an incel before Brian was arrested.
Well, I think like when they
Figure
were
that
running
one out.
when they were running the DNA and everything, like they were when they were doing it, and they were like, okay, you know what, we got, this person, like Brian could have had this sheath and the knife, and he could have borrowed it to somebody. He could have exchanged it for drugs to somebody. He could have been like, hey, you know
I
what?
mean, I mean, there's probably unlimited possibilities for
Right.
that. You know,
Right.
like that's that. I hear what you're saying. Yeah, but
Right. So
Or
it was
how about this? They found the knife and the sheath in his parents' house.
What's
that's a
that?
possibility too. They found it at his parents' house.
Right,
Right. I
because
mean,
Anne has only said they haven't found the murder weapon.
right, and also just because the sheath is there, that does not mean that coincides with what was the weapon that actually took their lives. That sheath technically could have been one of the victims. They like people don't even think like she could have been sleeping with the weapon. Just think like, okay, I'm
My
sleeping
personal
with
opinion on it is it's a movable object regardless. It's like
right,
it shouldn't
right,
even hold that much weight. It's very easily to just place. I don't know. You know,
right.
I
It's
don't know.
very it's very easy.
Bear with me, folks. I'm looking for this video. I want you to see this. This is why. Just bear with me.
Like WSU Kim told me, she said like people that said that they were in a certain place weren't in a certain place. Like there are people that were close to um Kaylee and Maddie that were ruled out, but they were not telling the truth. You know what I mean? Like so like at the end of the day, you have to think, okay, well, you know
Does
what?
she have any
Why are
idea
you
who that was though? Like, does she have any names for who was
of what?
close but lied?
Do I have any names of what?
Well, I don't know about you, but like you said, Kim said that there were people that were close to them but lied and said they weren't there, something like that. Like basically, they were lying about where they were that night. Does she have names?
Well, Jack, it's Jack was apparently not where he said that he was, according to Kim.
Showalter?
Yeah, apparently he was staying with a
Raising the next
friend
generation
of
is a big job, but feeding
Kim's daughter, and and he wasn't where he supposedly said he was, so. But I mean, I don't know how much truth there is to that, but it makes sense, it really does make sense that, I mean, maybe he was afraid, like, okay, well, I'm afraid to say where I really was,
No, it was
because
Jack.
of that.
The chat saying it was Jack D. Is that who it was? Jack
What's
D?
that?
The WSU said Jack D.
Yeah, Jack D.
Oh, okay. Um, somebody wanted to ask you if you seen any police that morning.
See how she answered that? She just agreed with him. She didn't know. Okay. Once again, welcome, Moonbreaker. Good to see you. This is ridiculous, but okay.
At all.
You know what? There was a whole here's the craziest thing about everything that transpired is that it went from like people saying that they found out, like people saying that they got messages, like there was somebody that was apparently in the apartment in the Whites, and they apparently called Steve G and told him like that there was some shooting that was going on.
Tomboy and SRB, can you check Discord real quick for me, please, guys?
And this was like at 10 o'clock in the morning. So I don't know what happened with that, but there was somebody that called and told him like there's some shooting that went on. I don't know how they
Well,
thought.
see, we heard shooting, drug overdoses, but they always
Yeah.
said no guns, no drugs. Yet when the documents come out, the first thing we find out is potentially a gun in the house, and there were drugs in the house.
Right. It was crazy. It was crazy. And the weirdest thing is like when they had blocked off the streets, like there wasn't much to block off because there was the wraparound, but when they had blocked off the streets, like I don't know anybody who's seen an ambulance or anything. There was a lot of police or whoever that was there, but I don't know anybody who's seen actual paramedics or anything like that
Yeah, the
actually
story was
came
that
to the
they like
scene.
waved them off and told them not to come.
Right, but I'm not even saying like wave them off. I'm saying like the actual
Well, we don't know where they
vehicles.
would have been when they were waved off, right? Like they might have been down the street.
Right, they might have been like going down the street and they were waved off, but there was no paramedics, like no vehicles, like a paramedic vehicle that arrived, like that nobody's seen. So maybe they were like down the road and they were like, no, don't come. I don't know. But there was nobody seen any like emergency response vehicles, which was really strange, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's lots.
Because even when you look at like an accident, like if there's just an accident like from car to car, like on a road, you're always almost going to get, the firefighters are going to come out, and then you're also going to get, the paramedics that are going to come out. Regardless, it's normally protocol hand in hand that they're going to come out and, they're going to be there just in case. But that's not what people were saying happened. You know what I mean? That anybody's seen. So I don't know. I don't really know.
So my
Yeah,
question to you is, or go
I
ahead,
imagine they
Liz.
told them not to come just because it's so small, and the cop cars were like
What's
blocking
that?
the road already.
Put your mic up a little, Twiz. It's a little cutting you out.
It's
I'm
just
sorry, I didn't hear
stupid
you.
earbuds. They probably just waved them off because it's so small there. The cop cars were already blocking the road.
Yeah, I
That would
mean,
just be
maybe
my
they were
assumption.
en route and they were like, hey, we're en route to such and such. And they would have been like, hey, there's no reason to come. Just negate that because this is going on. Maybe that's what it was. I'm not sure. But
Yeah, because
anybody I've ever talked to,
you're not driving two
nobody,
cars down that road next to each other.
right. It was as if it was already had been there, and you know what I mean? Like it was already a scene that had been there for a while, it wasn't like something that was like absolutely active when it happened. Like that's what I can say, I mean,
Were you there the year before?
what
Were you there the year before?
was that? What
Were you there the year before?
I'm grabbing my other.
do you mean?
His mic's fucked up.
Like at U of I or whatever?
Was I what?
Were you at the university the year before in 21?
In 2021?
Yeah, did you go to the college?
Not in 2021.
In 2022, you did?
You're cutting out.
I'm cutting out. You can't hear me? You hear me, Dot?
I can hear you now.
All right, good. There's a lot of people asking questions, and I'm ignoring the shit out of them because
Yeah,
they're going
you
by
know what?
too
And I
fast.
understand that, and that's, you know, and that's the reason why I don't like to talk about things. Is because people are so transfixed and worried about, like, oh my God, I need to know what Dot did for this and what Dot did that for. Who cares?
I mean, at the
Like,
end of the
at the end
day,
of the day, like, who cares?
yeah, I mean, you say that, but people are so they they want every drop of information they can get.
Right.
You
But it's
know,
like, I have proven with what I've said that those things came out to be accurate, and I don't care if anybody believes it or not. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I've proven that, and it doesn't. What am I going to get out of this? Like, right now, what am I getting out of this? Like, I'm not getting fame or fortune. Like,
nah, I
what
mean,
the hell am
listen,
I getting out
this
of
is why
this?
I'm here. You could just tell your story. I don't, you know what I mean? People are going to call you a liar regardless if it's true. So it doesn't really matter. You know what I mean? So just speak your truth and is what it is. I want to ask questions though. Did you hear anything that night? Like, what time were you outside at all? Was there any fights going on out there?
Well, if you go back and you listen to what I said when I was on Dago and when I was on Rory's, like, it was like I said, it was like 3:30 or 4 in the morning, and there was somebody calling out for Murphy. I've said this multiple times. Somebody was calling out for Murphy about 3:30 or 4 in the morning, and I thought it was Ethan. I mean, there was a male voice that was
Maybe
calling out
all
for
of them were.
Murphy.
Maybe they all were. Is that possible? That they were all
What?
looking for the fucking dog? That they were all out there looking for the dog? Is that possible?
I don't know. It could be. I don't know. It could be. But like that was prominent. Like that was prominent of what was going on. Like, people have to understand that, like, there people that have house parties, like, in an apartment. Do you know how loud it is in an apartment when you have music blaring?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's not like people are all snuggled in, laying down in their beds, like, ear to, hey, I'm listening to everything. Like, it is, there are people that are having parties,
Is it always is
fighting.
are they always partying on the weekends till 4 in the morning,
Yes.
music blaring? Is that typical weekend
Yes.
over
It's
there?
parties every night,
So the
all the
music's
time.
blasting all night.
Yeah, like there's domestic violence stuff that goes on. People are fighting with their partners, like, stuff going on all the time. Like, it's literally chaos every night. So, like, it's not like, it wouldn't be unheard of if you heard somebody screaming something, or it wouldn't be unheard of if you heard somebody yelling something. Like, it would not be like if you were just in a residential town and you heard a scream, you could be like, wow, that was weird.
Yeah.
It's like
Right.
hearing that stuff is just another part of your day.
Right,
Like,
right.
it was,
That's what I figured. Right.
yeah. Like, to really hear or see something that would send you overboard would have to be like a fire, or like literally like a house fire, or like a car crash, or like, you know what I mean? Like, seeing
Blood
somebody
curdling
laying
screams or
on the
something.
street. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
Like the screams where you like know something bad's going on.
Right. Like, other than that, screaming, yelling, people do all that, like, all the time. Not only, it's like, it's so normal that, like, it doesn't even face people. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. So
I understand that
do you
completely.
know anybody that heard anything that night, like screams and shit? Like someone was like, "Oh shit,
yeah,
I
people
heard some
did.
screams, man."
People did hear stuff. And I mean, there was like, I sent a video to Brad, and I think she sent it to Steve. but it was a video of an Instagram live of that night of the party that was going on. Nothing ever came of it. I sent it. I mean, they could have dissected it. I mean, nothing ever came of it. And that's not me. You know what I mean? Like, I can't, like, it was literally a beer pong party. And, like, I sent that. And, you know, I can only do what I can do. Like I said, like, you know what I mean? I might still have the video, but, like, it was you literally in the background. And like you're having a party going on, but in the background, you know what I mean? You can hear somebody whistling as if they're whistling for, you know, a dog. You know what I mean? Which coincides with.
Will you let us see that video if you find it? I think that's pretty
Yeah,
important.
yeah. And if you know what, if you look up, matter of fact, if you look up Brass messages to Steve and what she corresponds with, there should be that video where she shows him and says, like, this is what's going on. Like, I sent it to her, and nobody even talks about that, you know, like, and that's okay. But, like, it's mind blowing to me that people didn't even look at that. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, it's proof. It's literally proof right there. And I gave them proof of that. Like, I literally gave them the video, and it, you know what I mean? It didn't matter. So I'm like, you know what? What else? What more else can I do? Like, I'm not gonna, you know.
Yeah.
Were you ever in that house?
That's a good question. I was going to ask that.
Actually physically there? No.
Do you know anybody that had ever been in that house?
Yes. I know quite a few people that have been.
You
And
should.
what I can say, one thing that I can say is that when you're actually in the kitchen and you're gonna go up the stairs, there is a divot that is like, it's it's very apparent. So, like, you know what I mean? If you're gonna go and you're gonna walk, there's a divot and it dips down. So let's say that it's in the middle of the night and you were just walking through in the middle of the night. There's a drop. There's a sudden drop and a divot between, like, you know what I mean? Like, ground level into, like, going a little bit below. So if you didn't know the house and that drop, you would probably fall, or
right on your
you would
face.
trip or stumble. Like, that is something that, you know what I mean? So if Brian went into the house and he didn't know anything about the layout and he got there to go up the stairs, between that, he probably would have tripped. Like, it would be hard to bypass that because it's such a steep drop. You know what I mean? Like, it's just stuff like that, you know what I mean? Like, I don't understand how, you know what I mean? It's a clear step down. So I don't understand how people wouldn't think, like, yeah, that would be a big deal, because if you're just walking on a straight level and then all of a sudden there's a drop down, yeah, it would deter you. It would stop you. Like, you might fall over. So I don't understand that either, you know?
Well, there's lots about that I don't understand.
Yeah.
But I want to know about that utility closet downstairs that has a keypad on it, because that's super weird to me. So if you have somebody that's ever been in that house and they could talk to us about that sometime,
Yeah, I
that would
don't
be
know. I
amazing.
don't know. I could ask. I don't know about it, but I could ask.
Because my theory is that's where things were being stored. Because you don't even really
Sounds like
lock utility closets, and you certainly wouldn't put a keypad on it.
But it even sounds more like, dude, always my opinion was like, if it was drugs, okay, I'm not too sure, right? But always
Right.
in my opinion about things is people were using their house. Them kids weren't doing shit. It was other people that were involved, maybe even storing drugs there, you know?
Well, that's what I've thought too. But like that lady I talked to said that she knew for a fact they were dealing out of that house the year before.
Oh yeah.
So I just assume that they just pass it down from Greek to Greek.
Well,
either
Maddie
knowing
was
that or
there,
being in
right?
on it
So,
or something.
but Maddie's the
I
only
think
person
Maddie was there
last year.
Right,
the year
Maddie's the one.
before.
But the thing is that they pass those houses down every year from Greek to Greek, right? So like when they want to move out.
All right, y'all. Let's look at something else real quick, y'all. For one thing, I want to prove the voice to you first and foremost, okay? So this was from August 1st, 23. So this was the day after, maybe 2 days. This is Rory. We all know who Rory is. There's a few of us here, I think, with this scenario, okay? And that's Brat Norton, from anybody that doesn't know. So let me get to where I can find Golf Inspector. Rest in peace, Golf. We miss ya. Hang on, you guys. Okay, so there's me. All right. CJ Burr. Okay, let's see where we're at with this. Hang on. Yes, and I've had over 1,200 emails within a week. Okay, so you got to understand we have to vet things as much as we can. You know what I mean? All right, so you'll hear Dot's up here right now, okay, on panel with us. Roy's running. This was my show. Me and CJ ran this show. Okay, I'll pause it for the echo, guys, but I want you to hear the voice. Thank you, Alicia and Twiz. Hang on, guys. Here we go. Let me get to the point where Rory brings us up. He's showing it here. All right, that's me, CJ. I think that was somebody from CJ's community there, but this is Dot right here. This is when me and CJ interviewed Dot when she first came out, okay? I want you to hear this. Listen to the voice. Most importantly.
Little sleep.
Yeah, believe me, I know.
Long day. But it's
Yeah,
all good. What's up, buddy?
I was there. I was there.
Yeah, that was late.
And I forgot that I had that hearing this morning, so
Yeah.
I wasn't even thinking about it. So I think I got 3 hours of sleep. It is what it is.
Yeah. This person was in my chat as Cash App Con or something.
This is how this started. This is how she came into his chat. We were sitting there talking about stuff. She showed up in his chat this way. And finally, it took us a while because she started saying she didn't want to say her name. She didn't want to give her name. She's scared. She's scared. She was scared. And we finally got her to come on panel because we wanted to hear. Well, one, we wanted to know if it was real. That was the number one thing. And then secondly, we wanted to know what's the deal. So here we go.
Something like that.
Explain
that. And then they hopped in. Sorry about the background. And then they hopped in as Dot Rumble. So for, I don't know, maybe the first 45 or an hour or something, this person kept wanting to join chat on panel. I kept putting out the link, claimed they didn't understand how to use StreamYard, but knew how to work a voice changer. So right there, I was already sus from that point on. So when they hopped in the panel, I let them speak as a guest. And the stuff that I was hearing, I'm just kind of chilling back for a bit, asking a few questions, letting my guests ask the questions and stuff like that, just to make everybody included. And as I'm starting to hear some of the answers to these questions that are being asked to this person, the shit was like, what? This just don't make any sense. Yeah, you could tell last night, like, probably from my body actions and my tone, I was sus from the get-go.
Yeah.
But it's
I think we both were, and that's why I started asking certain questions the way I was. You know what I mean?
I'm just like, I don't know. It just don't make no damn sense, man.
Yes. Melissa says that Cash App Cons created October 10th of 2022. So
Yeah, I already had a feeling before they even hopped in my panel of who it might be. And as I'm listening to the voice with the voice changer, I'm kind of picking up on little key points of the voice. And yeah, that's when I'm like, yeah, that's what this person sounds like. But you know,
in fact,
on TikTok.
Grab a big bucket of it too, because
it's fucking crazy.
Here we go. Listen to her voice. Here we go.
On panel.
Well, I just wanted to say first off, like, I'm not a troll.
I didn't say you were.
Listen to her voice. Tell me what you think.
Actions like it was trolls.
No, I understand. I understand there was, but like, I really genuinely have had the experiences that I've had, and it's really hard for me to talk about it. And
totally understand.
Especially when, like, people don't believe me. Like, it really upsets me. Like, it really hurts me because.
Well, can I give you some advice? What are
This is the same person, correct? There was no voice changer being used. This is her voice. Just saying, this is the same person. And this was July 31st of July 31st, 2023. Just wanted to give you guys a heads up. This person stated that they were using a voice changer as well, so that you understand that too.
And I swear a lot. Delete shouldn't make you shit.
I know who it's.
No, I understand that, but like when I hear these things, on TikTok or on YouTube or wherever, when I hear these things and like I have firsthand knowledge, like it hurts so bad because I'm like, I really have knowledge of this stuff, and people think I'm a troll and won't believe me, you know?
Does that or does that not sound like the exact same thing she said to Outcast last night? Same script, same. And hon, you got to understand what we've gone through for the past 9 months.
A lot of people say that.
A lot.
I understand.
I'm not saying that you're.
You want to play the other one?
Yeah, you're welcome. Well, you can jump up, Chris. Krista, come on up.
I think you're muted, Rory.
I gotta learn that. I'm so sorry.
Oh wow, it's so weird to hear Golf's voice. God, I miss her too.
All right, so what do you guys think? Do you think that's the same girl, or is she using a voice changer? The same person?
Same girl, but
I think it might help if you played them side by side, you know, if that's possible.
I don't know if
I don't think there's a question, folks. They're the same person that we had heard before.
I can do that, but what I can do is go back and play.
Yeah, was that in Moscow or?
Yeah, of course.
I want to add that if people would have.
I mean, she sounded very up.
I'm trying to get to the point. I do believe that this is when Riley jumps on here and tells the whole world the truth about this. Bear with me. Bear with me. I'm trying to find it, you guys. Krista's trying to join. Give me a minute here. And we had a whole panel of people. It was me, Golf, Sarge was here, Crime Sleuthin, Tommy was here, Rory. And at some point, oh, here comes Riley right here. Here we go. All right. This is what I want you to hear.
Okay, no, stop. About Dylan Morrison, okay? And
I know I cracked up on the
video, right?
When he said that the other night, man, I couldn't.
And I
so those they shared it to wouldn't leak it, but they did, and that is something that actually kind of fits. And I can agree with that one. I can agree with that.
But from who?
That I'm not sure of.
I have not gotten rid of the hacking.
Wanted it out there. Steve is saying that's not true.
Here we go.
Brett,
there you go.
and that he had gotten the link to the Google Drive a day before, and he says he promises first
retain any copies.
I don't think.
Now here's the story about Braden. I'm going to call the name that it truly is Braden. I want you to hear this. This is from Riley. This is when we had all dove on this. We figured it all out. Riley did it on TikTok. We were doing it. Jules did it the day after CJ and I did it. Roy was doing it the next day too. And this is when we figured this all out. I think Joanne was in there that night as well. Golf was there with us. Yes, I miss her too. Here we go.
That's when he said what he said in an interview. First of all, that's not what he said. If you read the Fox interview, I think you did that video, Rory, about that. It was a little bit differently stated, let's say.
Right.
And
Yeah,
also,
you did like 2 a.m. to the next day, right?
yeah, and then
Yeah.
also he the whole theory about why they don't want to be involved in this is I still believe that these people who were claiming to be the private PIs for the Gonzalez family, who went into like this whole debacle with them later on, are still involved. And unfortunately,
the Lane stuff, he's like, I don't even have that. Everyone who ever got anything, right, was sent from Steve.
Okay.
Linda Lane, very angry, and I definitely am not going to put that public. I can,
it's like not something you're proud of.
Trying to get it right to the beginning of Riley. Hold on.
That you might not were supposed to. So that could be why they feel a little bit iffy about it. Like, could we have done something wrong? Yeah, so that could be.
Here we go.
Riley, hello, how are you?
Hey, I sent you some stuff.
Okay.
Now I have others that are direct from Steve Unquestionable that are very angry, and I definitely am not going to put that public. I sent you some that you can share.
Okay.
Other ones I'll screen share with you. You can vouch for me, whatever you want. So
You can screen share. That would be great. Thank you.
yeah, no problem. But I emailed some to you. So he explained to me
I'll check all of
that I think he was somewhat confused. So according to Brat, from her voice, everyone who ever got anything, right, was sent from Steve.
Okay.
Linda Lane, all that stuff, and that Steve wanted it out there. Steve is saying that's not true. He didn't work with Brat.
There you go.
And that he had gotten the link to the Google Drive a day before, and he says, he promised this person, he wouldn't say who sent it to him, but that it was the same person who mentioned messaged Sleuthy, who had sent him this Google Drive a day before.
Yeah,
I
that is-
have a screenshot of a certain Linda Lane stuff. He's like, I don't even have that. And he said he had sent Brat a still image of the camera on the the porch of that home. Pretty much just he was trying to explain to Brat that noise is altered. That noise, the sound is not correct because I have this footage, right? This footage I've had for a long time. And that's what he was trying to convey to her. And he didn't ask her to share that still image. He didn't ask her to put that out there. And he goes, and surprise, surprise, the footage I've had has never leaked, And because I'm not sending footage and all this stuff to.
Who are you talking about? Sorry, I don't know your name. Are you talking about
Riley.
Steve Gonzalez?
Yeah, she's talking about Steve.
Yes.
Pretty much he's saying, like, I'm not giving all this stuff out to YouTubers and stuff. And I've seen other screenshots from him where he's really angry and he's saying he's claiming that Brat has multiple different accounts and that
Well, that's not good.
he's nuts and
yeah.
all sorts of other stuff.
Steve is saying that about Brat.
Steve is saying, so I spoke to someone personally, and Steve has been telling them that Brat has 5 different accounts that she's been reaching out to him on. And the messages that I have seen and the communication I've had with him personally, he's pissed. Like,
That's all true, by the way. I can bet he is. Yeah.
And
I'd be hella pissed. Absolutely.
so the reason I wanted to come up here is I reached out to Kane as well. And what Crime Sleuthin is saying is exactly what Kane is telling me. He said, I'm happy to dispel rumors, but it's frustrating that so many people are speculating and making stuff up instead of allowing law enforcement to do their job.
Yep.
We were essentially scammed out of the footage, and he gave me a name and a phone number of this person.
Oh, I forgot this happened too. I was trying to find, this was supposed to be about Dot, but it starts that way and goes into this too. I forgot.
She appears to have modified the video in order to sensationalize it. The actual footage was provided to law enforcement on 11/14/2022.
That's
The
what
1330 parking lot footage is a block away with an entire apartment complex between it and King Street with no view of any street.
Exactly how
There
it
is
came.
nothing of note on any of this footage that hasn't already been thoroughly scrutinized and
Oh.
analyzed by the FBI or other law enforcement agencies.
Thank you.
There you go.
And if
Thank
you
you.
want,
So
I
it-
will actually
You
forward
are a
it
godsend. Thank
to
you.
Oh,
guys.
Right.
Right. Which is what I was saying right in the very beginning about the value of these videos, which was, you know, we're living the real value of what the purpose of those videos were meant for.
Riley,
They were meant to occupy us and
chat,
suck the oxygen out of the room. That's all they were meant for. They pit us against each other. They got people going, you know, like I said before, nuts is fine as long as they're not hitting your chin. Don't worry about it.
Well, so
1000%.
I took the info that Kane had provided on this person and searched them. Now
Okay.
they don't seem to be anybody that has a YouTube, social media, posting it, sharing it. Like they just seem like, and I'm wondering, could they have gotten this footage from Kane and just been a curious person, right? Maybe not even, they might even not even be the source of the leak of this,
Right.
you know? And
Exactly.
originally, with the porch footage, I got interested because I spoke to the person who owned that footage. Law enforcement changed the login, changed the cloud, like hijacked everything, right? They don't have a copy, nothing like that. So, and they had told me when they got their camera back,
True.
they got a new memory card, put it in there because there was a physical copy and then the cloud. They got a whole new cloud, all that. Someone went by that house and literally stole the camera off their house,
Really?
thinking that they could have access to the hard drive.
Right.
And yeah, so originally, you know, they were thinking someone took that footage and is trying to superimpose a fake date on it, right? And then of course finally spoke to Steve and yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't blame Steve for being mad because this is not a joke. It's not a joke.
Also,
No.
to throw in there, I have received communication that Brat is being looked into by PIs of certain people. So, and that's all I can say on that.
That is not good.
I mean,
Well-
she's brought it on herself, you know?
I
Right.
heard something as well too, and this is just something, okay, because I have not seen this myself. I will tell Rory where this came from. I heard, you know, she told me this herself. I guess she worked for some author or something like that, or she was working with someone else.
Howard Blum. That's who they're talking about right now. That was what else Brat was doing.
Apparently,
I know who you're talking
and
about.
someone inquired about that, and they hadn't even heard of her. So I just feel like it's just a mess right now.
Yeah, it's big, big mess.
It
And
is.
like I said, she brought all this on herself.
She
and I have
did.
a feeling I know why. I don't know if
And
you
I'll
heard.
send everything to you as well, Rory.
What's that?
Thank you, Riley, for the
Thank you, Riley. Yes.
for clarifying a lot of this stuff.
Yeah.
because-
Yeah, and some
And-
stuff doesn't need to be public, and I have no problem showing Rory, and he could vouch for
Right.
me. So
Sure,
I'll get off
sure.
and still listen. But yeah, if
Same.
you have
I
questions,
will.
just ask.
Did you happen to
I'll
check the
send
back
to Rory.
chat or the private chat, Riley?
Oh, she's gone.
Oh,
So
she's
LVMNM, would you like to talk, please?
Yes, everybody.
Hi, how are you?
Thank you, Riley. Thank you, and the panel, everybody. Seen a couple of you guys' videos. I'm going to be straightforward. I'm very. You don't have to apologize. You can just click me straight up out of here. I like certain things that you guys have talked about. I don't like the Brat shit. The Brat is the issue. She has caused all of this. I have personally, and I have plenty of receipts, have been in contact with very close friends, family, since November 15th. I have no reason to sit here and bullshit with nobody. I am in Las Vegas. You guys can look me up. I work with organizations out here. I help with missing children. I am boots on the ground in my home. I think you know what that is, Roy, considering your boots on the ground. So I am not about clicks. I'm not about views. I am not about getting paid. I am not about fame. I do not care. I am about truth. I am about facts. And I am about making sure that the victims are staying in the front. They are the ones that this is about. They're the ones that know. Yeah, they have no voice no more. They were taken. Doesn't matter who did it. We are not going to be the ones in court to be able to determine his fate. Okay. We
Amen.
have what we've been given.
Good
I have
for you.
spoke to the family before any of this situation started with she's been going live and going private and saying she has receipts and not showing them, whatever that case is, I'm blocked. I've been blocked from this person, and she continuously talks about me, and I didn't even know her. I have been sent things and I debunked them. That's it. That's what she doesn't like, and that's fine. Now, I have also been putting little things on my channel. You guys are more than welcome to go look at it. You're more than welcome to use it. I do not care. I do not copyright anything like she is claiming, because we are using her recordings of what she has been lying about for weeks. So I will sit here and say that the family has said they do not know her like she's claiming. They did not ask her to help. They did not send her footage with the intention for her to do any type of thing. He has spoke to her. She reached out to him, okay, to Steve. He did not reach out to her, okay?
Right.
And so did the Luna girl. I don't know who she is. I've heard her real name is Alyssa. I don't know. When you run all these people's accounts, they come back to fake shit, like they're owner. So I do know that Versace, the Powerpuff, all of them uploaded this footage on YouTube at the same time. There's screen recordings and shots of the time, the stamp. They all did it together. The father received the footage the day before, and the day before the father received it, Sleuthy Goosey received it. And she didn't do what they wanted her to do with it, because Sleuthy is very smart, okay? She's not a dumb person.
Right.
So when they didn't get what they wanted from her, they moved on to making fake TikToks and fake accounts to post this footage and pretend, because Brat is claiming, and I don't care if you are watching this, Brat, you are a liar. You have several recordings of yourself claiming Steve gave you this to leak for the truth. And then you said you were given this footage because it's not being used. Then you claimed it was leaked because of Dot's story and how BK is innocent.
Dot wants to come up, Rory.
So all of it is playing back and forth. Now, if Dot is real, okay, if she is, I'm not knocking Dot, okay, because I don't know what Dot saw. I'm not Dot, okay? But if you're going to stay in comments and you're going to stay in people's lives and you're not going to come speak for yourself, and you're going to allow a person like Brat to twist your words, then there's an issue, okay? Because we can only listen and go by what we're getting. And if you're not giving it to us, we can't listen to you.
Yeah, she wants to come back up. So
what's the common denominator here, guys?
Brat.
Sounds like Brat's the common
sounds like
denominator.
Brat.
Good that you said that, LVM. Sorry.
Yes, you can call me Vegas.
Vegas. So, because the problem here is she's brought in the family. Well, a lot of people did, I guess, who released this. And that's really bad form to do something like that, is to bring in the family
The link
into
is up
this.
there, Dot.
Like that would verify what they have.
Okay, so y'all, just so you know, I cannot find the interview that we initially did, and then Jules put out a the day after me and CJ did her first initial interview, which was 2 days before this, I believe. Jules put out the whole debunking you're a liar bullshit. Okay. So that was why I was trying to show you guys this stuff, but you heard it's the same person. And this was, I'm going to say July 30th and 31st that we did these interviews. And she kept trying to get a hold of us. She was in both our chats, back and forth. And I was always, back then, me and CJ were doing a lot of stuff together. And I was over there that night, and we finally decided, let's bring her up. And we did that. I can't find Jules's video. She may have deleted it because it was just, it was such a mess, the whole thing. But it was all info. From what we found out, all of it was brought on by Brat Norton. She caused a lot of problems with this stuff. Steve was pissed about a lot of this stuff back then, and that was then. It's just a big mess, and that's why I was trying to stop it right here and now before it starts up again, because it caused so much drama, folks, and so many problems. And we got enough bullshit we're trying to figure out with this case right now. You know what I mean? So it's just bad. By the way, welcome, Krista. Good to have you tonight. Sorry, I didn't say hi to you earlier.
No, that's all right. I'm just here for support, and I
So
catch what you guys are doing.
The person's name is Braden. I can't remember the last name, but Dot, the whole thing behind this was that she was a friend of Dylan or one of the girls, Dylan or somebody like that. Okay, but it just turned into this giant mess. Kim believed her. She was talking to Kim all the time, and she was saying things that she probably shouldn't have known. So she knows somebody, okay, or she picked all these things up from all of our shows, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. And it was so wrong to be putting something out like this. And then Riley went and found her on TikTok, all over TikTok. She was doing this kind of thing in multiple different situations all over TikTok. And we finally saw what she looked like. We found out, I think her age was either 36 or 38, something like that. Okay, SRB, thank you. This might be it right here. Bingo. Thank you. All right, guys, here you go.
Is she missing or something? Or
Now this was Jewels of All Trades, August 2nd. Okay, I think it's about right then. Let's see what we got, guys. Let me show you this real quick. The title to this is Dot is Not Real. Fake connection. Dylan Mortensen exposed, so on and so forth. Here it is. Thank you so much, Darby. This is what she put out. We'd all collaborated, talked about it, so on and so forth. And Jules put this out 2 days after we did the interview. And I believe Riley might actually be on here too. But she explains the whole. Oh, and yeah, she is. So here we go.
This is the second I heard it. Hey guys, this is Jules with True Crime Reactions. Now, most of you guys know that I have completely discredited, at least in my own opinion, the things that WSU Mom Kim has been all over the internet spreading. And it's all based on the fact that out of her own mouth, she stated there was no signed statements by her kid. As a matter of fact, I believe the words that she used was that her kids refused to sign a statement regarding these so-called messages they received prior to the 911 call about what happened at King Road. She states this just a few minutes after finally admitting that she never saw these messages herself. Now, I found it really interesting that the second that information slipped out of Kim's mouth on a live, where she couldn't take it back, suddenly Dot popped up. Now, I've been getting emails, text messages, and phone calls from several different people when it comes to this Dot situation. And I'll just tell you now that some of the people that are now denouncing this are part of how this even came about into existence in the first place. Now, I know some of you probably have no idea about what Dot's little story was supposed to be. Dot is actually supposed to have been a college-age student that had a verified social media connection to Dylan Mortensen, who was also claiming to be really super close to Dylan, like BFFs, basically. But their story kept changing. Within like a 24-hour period, the story went from her being on a balcony of an apartment that's kind of behind the King Road house, looking over from the balcony and seeing Dylan and a group of people outside in the backyard smoking way before 911 was called, to then she walked over and actually talked to Dylan while she was out in the backyard area smoking with this group of people. But it didn't change to her walking over and physically talking to Dylan that morning until someone on Rory's panel was like, okay, so you claim that you're like best friends with Dylan. You don't see her outside that morning and go say hi to her. That's whenever her story changed from overlooking on a balcony to actually being in the backyard. There's people that have been working with Brat that knew about the situation with Dot way before any of this stuff hit YouTube. And it's really crazy to me that now all of a sudden those exact people are acting like they had no idea that Dot was really a fake. Riley Lively on TikTok, who has like 265,000 followers, posted as of about an hour ago the truth of Dot. Dot, trans person who goes by the name of Brayden.
I was at a party, at the apartments nearby. You say everything about me. You talk about me. You degrade me. You put me down.
Wait.
That is Dot, folks. The picture right there, the video, that's who that is. Forgot all about. I was trying to find this too, but it must have been taken down. I don't know.
Is that Kim SMU too, or
No.
Oh,
Kim's a completely different person.
okay.
But this is Braden in the background here. That is who Dot is. If you listen, you'll hear the voice.
But I'm not allowed to speak my mind. So yeah, there was no voice changer. This is a trans person who is on hormones, which is why their voice sounds the way that it does. This is why the person looks way older than they actually are, because they're not a college student. They're not BFFs with a college student, and they had nothing to do with that night whatsoever. People really need to get hobbies.
Nope.
But yeah, that's the truth of the situation, you guys.
Mm.
See y'all.
Thank you, Jules. Thank you. So there it is. There's the truth, folks. That's who Dot is. Something like that, KP. It's been a long time, but yeah, it was something like that. Yes. So I showed you this because I want to forewarn you all. I guess she thinks it's time for her to come out and start playing her game again. Be careful, any creators. It's bullshit. It's all a lie.
What is she on?
She really had Kim snowed because a lot of the information she was putting out there, Kim is coming to me in the background saying, Dago, that's true. This ice thing. What ice thing? What are you talking about? Good Trouble. Are you talking about me chewing ice? No, I've been doing that for my whole life. Sorry if you heard that. I didn't mean for that. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm sorry.
That's the first time I've heard it. I didn't even clock. It didn't even.
I'll stop doing it. I
haven't even heard it. I mean,
always done it. I don't know what it is, but my apologies. Kim is WSU Mom Kim. She did many interviews with me. She did interviews with Drunk Turkey, with Alana. She started at T-Rev's channel, I think. I'm sorry. I stopped doing it. I know it's aggravating a lot of people, but no, I've been doing it forever. I don't know why. But anyway, and I wanted everybody to know, I don't want people being taken advantage of. Outcast, Twiz, none of you guys, like, don't fall for this. This is a game. This person is just sick. Okay.
would just insert herself into something that she has nothing to do with, just to be relevant. Is that what it is?
Basically, in a sense, from what I understand, yes. And we proved it. We proved it between 3 or 4 of us, different creators on multiple platforms, that she's fake. I mean,
yeah.
There's no there's no this is who Dot is claiming to be. Okay, this is Braden in the background here. Let me show you one more time. And Riley found him or her. I don't know what to call. I don't know which way they're choosing to be. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to that, but on TikTok, in multiple different communities and different scenarios, doing the same thing is a mess.
Spreading false information, like spreading false, like, so is that where all there's like, that's where all that came from? Oh wow.
Inserting themselves into people's lives and their stories, and just inventing these things based on things they've watched on different platforms. It's crazy. Wow. Crazy. As if there wasn't enough of this problem in this case. This person came along 2 years ago and just threw themselves in and got everybody going different directions, because Emma Bailey and Demetrius Robinson were in the backyard smoking cigarettes with Dylan. Listen, I don't like the way things went down with Dylan or anything either.
No.
But that doesn't mean there needs to be even more shit out here to make it worse, okay?
It doesn't need to be any worse than it is.
And when we tried to get, during our interviews, can you show us this? Can you prove that to us? For those of you that were here with me back then, some of you guys were, you'll remember that CJ and I both were asking specific questions to get her to kind of like, trip her up. When we started catching on to certain things, we started asking specific questions for that. And you could tell she's getting nervous. Hey, cat lady, good to see you. She was getting nervous, and she's just like she did last night. She talks a circle around a question, and then she doesn't really answer it, and then you move on to the next. What's up, Twiz?
Jacob, did you just act like I could be fooled by Dot?
I'm not saying you did. I don't want anybody to fall into this mess again.
Just making sure. Hey, do you want me to turn my camera on?
Your volume is way like weird sounding.
Yeah, I'm in the shower. I'm just fucking with you. I'll be back in a bit.
Are you in the bathtub? Are you taking a bath?
You want to turn your camera on while you're in the shower?
A little bit.
I'll be removed.
Yo, go ahead, dude. Do your thing. But no, I'm sure he's not in the shower. Where'd you go? Come back up here. Anyway, I wanted to talk to you about that anyway. What your thoughts were. But yeah, it's kind of a sick thing, folks. It's really sick. That you feel that you're that irrelevant in life that you have to inject yourself into this situation. Come on. No.
Does she have mental health issues? Is there something wrong? Like, did you anybody know?
I think there is. To do something like that you're creating a whole scenario in your life and putting yourself in it. And it came to find out because I followed along behind Riley with what she was finding and a couple other TikTokers and stuff. This was a big thing for Braden. It happened a whole lot with a whole lot of different situations. This was just one more. And it's just, if your life is that boring and sad, you really need to talk to somebody. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So that's all I'm saying, guys. But there's the truth. That's the person. Like I said, I can't remember the exact age, but I think we found it was like 36 possibly or something like that. Not a college student. You could be a college student at 36, but not in this scenario. So there's the real scenario before everybody gets all wrapped up in what Dot had to say. There is no Dot. There's a Braden that is pretending to be Dot. And I felt bad because, like I said, they really got Kim wrapped up in what they were saying. Kim is a very emotional person. She was very involved and passionate from the beginning. And again, that's why I apologize to Kim, because a lot of stuff that she put out there, as you heard Jules even say, nobody could believe it because Kim would not provide any kind of proof because she was scared. Okay. And anybody that's scared that is involved or around this case, you shouldn't be scared of something like this. That tells its own story if somebody's afraid of something. Okay. That's my point. So, and it came to fruition. A lot of the stuff Kim said, we've been learning more and more and more as we're reading through these stupid reports. So that's why I said, a public apology to her. She deserves it from a lot of people, in my opinion. So I just gave it a second one. And I'd love to have her pop back in and have a conversation with her if she can hear me. I can't find her phone number. I would have called her already. I lost her phone number. When I think she changed her number at one point because she was getting harassing phone calls and she was very nervous about this whole situation the whole time.
She has a child, like a daughter or something that went to the school, right?
Yeah, she had a daughter that was in college with them. Her daughter went to WSU and was friends with their friends, if that makes any sense. Her daughter was very close to somebody that was very close to some of them. So there's that, guys. I just wanted to catch that. And no, Twiz, I don't think that she could get over on you. I wanted you guys to understand how bad that was, how deep it got, and how big it got, and how stupid and ridiculous it was. And like I said, we started catching on. This person was trolling in the chat for 2 weeks, I want to say, in both channels, mine and CJ's, and a couple others from my herd. And it was just we weren't paying it no attention. It was just bullshit. We were trying to ignore it and stay on the truth route.
Right.
Finally, CJ right. CJ was like, dude, let's just give it a chance. Let's see what she's got to say. Okay, let's do it. So we listened and we caught on to things right away that were wrong. So we started purposely, like I said, asking questions that would catch her, trip her up. It happened many a times. She did that whole thing that she was doing with Outcast and Twiz last night. Wait, what? Jack Decor, yeah, that's it. That kind of an answer. You know what I mean?
She
There
was
was a
on
lot
last.
of stuff.
She was on last night. She was on last night.
Yeah, she was on that panel
I-
last night. That's what we were watching originally.
Okay. Oh, I thought. Oh, that. Okay.
And then this was the panel that we had 2 years ago, the day after, that had everybody on it. And then there's the original. Now, see that, like I said, the same person. So how can we prove well, we proved because she was never in that area. She's not from that area. She lives, oh, Jesus. Where did they find out that she lived at? I can't remember. Nowhere, anywhere near there.
Near there.
I don't want to say it. I don't want to say a state or a place because I don't want to be wrong, but it was nowhere near there. They went in and showed, Riley had a channel and she was showing all the other stuff in the background that she was doing in different places and in conversations she was having. So we put 2 and 2 together and it came to 4. That was all I could say. You know what I mean?
That math there.
And we just didn't want any more. And then at some point, yeah, she did do a TikTok where she said she finally came out and said that she lied, folks.
Oh, jeez.
Because she was being threatened and she was being attacked by a lot of people. And she was getting all the attention she wanted. It was just negative. And she finally said, listen, okay, so here's the deal. This is my name. She gave her name.
What?
Talked about herself. And she said none of that was true. She lied. I think it was because Steve had started to get really pissed off and it's caused a lot of problems, I guess, from my understanding.
I mean, she's making things up about the victims, correct? Like, as she's making things up
Yeah,
about
she was making a whole story was made up about that, supposedly.
Wow.
Yeah, the burning car, KP, exactly. I mean, it was a big, big mess. So, and if you can prove things that were true, there were people's names that she were putting out. We looked into the person she claimed to be. We found who that person really was. That's not her at all. That person's blonde, way younger, and was. I'm not going to put her real name out because she actually was scared. Okay.
I would be too.
We found that out. I found that out through Kim, and then Kim directed me in the right direction, and we found who that was. So that the person she was trying to claim to be. But Dot was a name that was made up because that was her undercover name, so that nobody knew who she really was. So it's just it's crazy the things that this case has done. There's proof right there. You know what I mean? Absolute proof.
I mean, like I said, the truth is bad enough. What's coming out now is bad enough. Nobody needed to make up anything. It was way worse than we ever could have conspire about because of my biggest thing. And I can't stop. I cannot get over the 911 calls. We were gaslit in the very beginning. We gave them so much grace. Wait till they come out. Wait till the transcripts come out. Wait till this comes out. Wait till the text messages up. Okay. All right. They're victims. No, they're suspects to me. They're not. They're surviving suspects to me. Because no way in the world that you can make a dentist appointment or you see and do murder, or you hear and see murderous shit, and you decide that you're not going to call 911 for 9 hours, and you stay in a room allegedly, and nobody pees or nobody decides to maybe check on the people that are not answering the phone.
Right.
And not one detective has a follow-up question like, why didn't you call 911? This is odd.
Thank you.
If it was 2 guys, you'd be locked up. You would be locked up. And they're more of a suspect to me than Brian Koberger.
Yeah, I agree. I do. So what the plan was for tonight? Besides that, I'm glad we did that though, because I just wanted to. And like I said, guys, it's up to you where you go. I'm not telling you not to follow it or to believe it. You're your own people. I just wanted, because I care about the people in this community a lot. I don't want anybody to have to go through what we all had to deal with then and had to find the truth the hard way. Okay. So I was just giving you guys a heads up. You do what you got to do, however you want to do it. I warned you because you guys deserve that to know. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
So the next thing I did want to do, I'm telling you, it is trash. Oh yeah, definitely trash. But so be it, guys. There's some people that believe this or not. There were some people a couple years back that even though we debunked it, they got mad at us for debunking it. And why did you do that? Why did you have to put that information out?
The truth?
Because it's not real. What do you mean?
Why? Why are you here then?
Like a couple of my mods might remember that. But they were like, yeah, you shouldn't have put that out. And I said, but it's not true. And we showed certain things that proved that it wasn't back then. Okay. And they were like, why did you do that? You ruined the situation. I'm like, what do you mean? We just told you the truth that this wasn't real. And they left the channel. And we were both like, a lot of us were like, okay, have a good day.
It doesn't make sense. To me, you're trying to throw people off the trail. What are you doing? Like,
right. Well, and that's the problem is we still haven't found truth. That's the problem. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Oh, but when you add more BS to an already big problem, it just makes it worse.
Right. And 20 plus 30 doesn't equal fucking 7 minutes. Like, there was a lot going on to be 7 minutes, and like everything that we were told, we could never conspire to what the actual truth is. We weren't even that. What they're saying, I don't know. I've been thinking about this all day long, and I feel like there's somebody, whoever they're protecting. I think that they were scared. Those two. I know I'm not trying to sidetrack your show, but I just feel like that they were scared into not. I don't know. I actually, you know what? My mind goes back and forth.
You're fine. You're not sidetracking nothing. Speak your mind. You're good.
It's just my mind goes back and forth. Were they scared into not calling? Were they just not there? But then I'm like, why did you try to lose the girl's dog? Why did you try to lose Murphy? In my opinion, you wanted Murphy to be lost because you didn't think that she would need his owner anymore. Did you know that something was going through it? That's like, justice for Chloe. It's like justice for Murphy.
Right. I don't know LA. I don't know that Dot even has a car, truly, or Braden. I'm gonna call Braden by their name. Okay. But yeah.
And the cops aren't asking any questions. Like, why are they not questioning that? To me, I feel crazy about it because that's all I can think. I'm like, to me, that's the first sign of fucking trouble. Is wow, you are admitting to seeing a masked man with a weapon in his hand, and you make a dentist appointment, and you are frozen fear syndrome or frozen shock syndrome, or I don't know. That doesn't, I'm sorry. I believe that maybe for like 10 minutes that you were frozen syndrome. I don't know, fear, whatever. But like you have there's an issue for me. If you thought you were trolled before about not calling 911 for 8 hours, you just made it 10 times worse by what you said and what you said you saw. And I don't know if she thought that was okay. Like, is that okay? It's not okay. To me, it's not okay. You let yourself bleed out.
I agree. Mama Bear, good to see you tonight, dear. Welcome home from work. Hope you had a good day. She worked all day. But what I do have something else though. If you guys remember the Dateline, not Dateline. What was that one the last one we saw? Not the Prime video, but not Prime, but the one before that, the hit piece that they put out right before the Prime. Was it Dateline?
I think Dateline was first and then like Amazon Prime.
Okay. Well, that one that they put out, they had a bunch of different people in that one. Okay. And I think they had them in the Prime video too. Peacock. Thank you, Christy. So at that point, one of those people was Ava Wood, as a friend of theirs. Lana's been talking about her a little bit too. So the person that did the interview with hold on one second, folks. Wait a minute.
Hi guys. I couldn't stop thinking about this all day long. I was like, I did my live, so I was like, guys, I put the link for this live in my chat that I had before this. So I was trying to get my people to come over. But it's good to see everybody. I'm probably have to like very hyper focused on this one thing. I can't get over how much grace we gave them for that 911 call. 911 call, I'm gonna say the delay. And how the cops are just like, okay, you didn't call 911. Not even why didn't you call 911? Why didn't you call anybody? And they called the people that didn't answer the phone, their friends that weren't answering. To me, it's like the call's coming from inside the house.
Sorry about that. My granddaughter had an issue. My apologies. But one of the girls that they talked to on the show was Ava Wood. Okay. And she did an interview with Vicky Ward, who is the co-writer to the James Patterson book. Fiction.
Fiction. I'm sorry.
Yes, it's a fiction book. So Vicky interviewed Ava, and Lana said that Ava Wood had a lot of stuff to say, so on and so forth. So I found the interview and I was like, oh, okay. This is just actually yesterday that this went down. So I thought it would be a good idea to review it with you guys and get your thoughts and feelings on this and then discuss it per se. So welcome, guys. Anybody I didn't see that popped in here, welcome. Kate, good to see you. Thank you for being here, guys. I appreciate it. Sorry that I'm all over the place, but I felt like I had to explain that situation to you so everybody understood the mess that it was that wasn't here before. So anyway, this is Ava. She's the one in the one video that was standing by the window saying she could see the house from there, that she was very good friends with Kaylee, I do believe. And let's see what she's got to say. So it's probably not, I don't know. I'm not a fan of this person here because I think there's a lot of lying that goes on with this. Things that she's been caught in. So we'll see. I don't know how this goes. I never saw it before. It's the first time watching it with you guys. I watched a piece of it and that was it.
Don't personally know that. Idaho 4, my new book with James Patterson about the college murders in Moscow, Idaho, will know that Ava lived next door to 1122 King Road, and that Ava was one of the friends of the 4 victims who went over there on that awful morning of Sunday, November the 13th, 2022, and that you were interviewed by the police. And as we also now know, you know, you'd had your own scary experience in your apartment close to that house a few weeks before that you told the FBI and you told the police about.
Good question, Bob.
And I know, you know, you were you expecting to be called if this thing had gone to trial, Ava? Yes.
Yeah.
You were expecting to have to testify?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Unfortunately.
So what I'd love to do is, first of all, let's get your thoughts on Brian Koberger's sentencing last week. What happened in that courtroom? Well, you're in California, right? You did not go for that.
No. Mm-mm.
But first of all, were you surprised to see Emily Alland stand up and testify on behalf of Bethany Funk, one of the surviving roommates?
Yes. You know, I anticipated Emily to potentially speak on behalf of Xana. So when she was the very first person to walk into the courtroom and give the statement on behalf of Bethany, I just felt my heart sink because, you know, Emily is one of my closest friends and I could feel her anxiety through just the camera and through the phone. And it just was not a good feeling seeing one of your best friends having to go do that. But, you know, kudos to her for doing it because it takes such a strong individual to be able to go up there and read a statement, whether that was a personal statement from her or read somebody else's statement on behalf of them.
So was Emily, I mean, I obviously, you know, have got to know you and Emily, you know, all of your friend group so well. It's been one of the great privileges of reporting this book. But I didn't know that, you know, I know Emily and Dylan Mortensen were very, very close sorority sisters, right, in Pi-Phi. I mean, that's why Dylan had reached out to Emily that morning.
Mm-hmm.
But so why do you think Bethany reached out to Emily? I think you've told me when we've chatted on the phone that happened literally at the 11th hour the night before, right?
Mm-hmm. I think Bethany trusts Emily. I think Bethany knows or knew that Emily has already been in that courtroom once before when he entered his plea deal weeks prior. So I think that Bethany maybe felt comfortable and confident that Emily was going to be able to keep her composure as much as possible while reading Bethany's statement.
Had Bethany considered doing it herself? Do you know?
I don't personally know that question, so I don't want to give any like false information, but I would assume yes, that she was potentially planning on going to give that statement herself. But I think as obviously the time swindled down to the actual morning or even the night before, I get it. And I understand backing out because your emotional well-being is far more important than going and giving a statement when you maybe just cannot do it.
So, Ava, what did you think as you watched that hearing? I mean, we had Emily, then we had Dylan, and then we had each of the three families other than the Chapins. I mean, can you walk us through sort of the gamut of emotions you felt watching that and watching him?
So obviously there was 4 different cameras or 4 different screens that was televised. 2 of which were facing him and 2 of which were, or one of which was facing the judge and the other was facing the podium. And obviously right when it started and I saw Emily walk into that courtroom, I felt my heart just sink into my stomach. And I was going through all those emotions of like, okay, I need to gear up at the fact that this is going to be hard. This is something that we are all reliving, not just me, but my friends and the families. We all have to relive this moment. So when I watched Emily and Dylan's victim impact statements, or Bethany and Dylan's victim impact statements, I just was crying through the whole thing. And I was crying because my heart was with my friends. My heart was with those people. And I couldn't imagine the amount of anxiety and overwhelming feeling that they were feeling because I was feeling it sitting on the other side. So watching that was really, really sad for me. And then obviously all the other families that decided to speak and give the statements. At the end of all of it, I felt very numb. Like, I almost didn't feel like I had any more tears left to cry. I didn't want to cry anymore over the situation just because it has been so long, and I don't want this to continue to ruin my life and consume me. Uh, the Gonzalez statements were extremely powerful. I don't think there's any other way to describe that than the word powerful. Olivia was so poised. She kept her composure. She was very matter of fact. She knew exactly what she wanted to say. And if Olivia was my older sister, I applaud her because that was just incredible at the way that she didn't continue to victimize herself. She didn't continue to let the defendant know what chaos he has created in their lives. Instead, she wanted to call him out and almost turn the tables back on him and say, this is the chaos that you created in your life, not mine. So that was pretty impactful in and of itself. And then when Bill Thompson and the judge kind of gave their own statements, that was very gut-wrenching to me, just because I don't believe that a judge would typically give their own opinion in a situation like this. You can tell that a very, very large portion of the nation despises the defendant himself and has nothing good to say. So
I would love you too,
it
Candy.
almost felt like seeing that judge give his own little statement, and the fact that there was another maybe prosecuting it was either a defense attorney or a prosecution attorney that has been doing this for over a decade, and he always finds something nice to say about the defendant. And the fact that that person said, I could not find one good thing to say about this human being, really solidified what a monster.
But you can't say that without knowing this person. You're basing that type of a statement on the propaganda that's been presented to you for the past 2.5 years. That's why you're making that statement. That's the only reason why you're making that statement, in my opinion. Yeah, this is bad stuff, folks. And this is what I'm saying. This is what the propaganda has done to people. Yes, say it, Lucy. Effing ganda, and nothing but tons of it the whole time.
Monster he is.
The funniest thing that we're going to get into conversations about too. That's one of the reasons I wanted to talk about this stuff is how everybody. We'll get through this quick, but how everybody is backpedaling in a sense now. How people are seeing the prosecutor, the lead investigators. They're not. Well, we'll get there.
They're not presenting well. They're not interviewing well. They look like hostages to me.
Well, it's not just that. You'll see what I mean in a minute. But once we get through this, we'll definitely talk about it.
But so let me ask you this, though, Ava. I mean, I spoke to James Fry, the Moscow police chief, at the time of the murders over the weekend. You know, I've been in constant touch with Steve Gonzalez, who, you know, like you, was very, very proud of his eldest daughter, Olivia, and how she conducted herself in that courtroom.
Her name is Vicky Ward. She is the co-writer of the James Patterson book that just came out, the fiction book. I call it on purpose because it's not true. But she helped write this. She did the investigation side to this from what Patterson said. She went and found all the information, basically, the lies and the bullshit. So.
But, you know, James Fry said to me that he's really seldom, if ever, seen such stone cold, immovable lack of emotion on somebody, you know, a convicted murderer's face. And this isn't the first sentencing.
So here's my statement towards that statement. Number one, the person that is the convicted murderer, allegedly, is autistic. That's number one. Number two, he also, I believe, we just talked about it last night, but it goes along with ASD. It's not a disease, but it's a like a syndrome that you don't know how to express emotion. You don't feel emotion in some senses, but if you're not connected to a situation, okay, Krista, for you, for instance, if you have nothing, somebody's walking across the street carrying their fish in their little fish bowl, and they slip and drop it, and it breaks everywhere, and the fish is flopping all over the street. Oh my God, it's a disaster. That person that owns that fish is going to get upset. Okay. Mm-hmm. But you standing there watching it, you're going to feel bad for her, but are you really going to be that upset?
No.
Okay. Because you're not connected. You're not attached to that. You're not connected to that. You have nothing to do with that fish flopping around on the ground there, but you feel bad for the girl. Sure.
Yeah.
You know, it's her fish. It's her pet. That sucks.
Right.
But if you have no attachment to a situation, you're not going to express any kind of emotion other than generalized, I feel bad for you stuff. Okay. Because it's a horrible thing that happened, but you can't overly express, you know, sad emotions towards something that you have no connection to. So there's another, I know that was a really bad example, guys. But so there's no, that explains, in my opinion, on top of the autism spectrum disorder, why he could have been that way. Okay. And not to mention that his attorneys probably told him, do not move, don't blink, don't breathe, because they will shred you in the media.
And don't say a goddamn word to nobody.
Whether he
nothing.
smiled, frowned, farted, sneezed, they would destroy him, and we know that. What's up, Jesse? Good to see you, buddy.
I mean, what a
Good morning.
sociopath. Why do you want my phone number? What a sociopath. I mean, you know, God forbid. Like, if a cop asked me for my phone number, I would think he's hitting on me because they don't do that here. That's weird.
It is weird. That never happened to me either here, getting pulled over.
What a
But hey,
sociopath. I mean, gosh, you know?
it is what it is. Agreed. What's going on, Jesse? How are you tonight?
Well, the only reason I came on is because I heard a rumor that Twiz was going to be making an appearance from his shower, and I got excited about that and wanted to come see it for myself.
Okay. You're welcome to do that, Twiz, if you want to. I can put up the little black bars if we need to.
But in all seriousness, I just woke up last night. I made some gravy, made a sauce with 3 small onions because Paulie doesn't like too many onions in the sauce.
You're right.
Drank a bottle or 2 of wine, went to sleep early, woke up at about 4:30 a.m. to sounds of somebody breaking into my house.
What?
In my nightmare state, I thought it might be Kurt with a knife.
Oh, Jesus.
And then I realized I don't believe in that story, so I just went back to bed.
There you go. There you go.
Imagining it? Did you imagine it?
I guess. I mean, I think it was just like a bad dream or
False memory. False memory.
Like I said, this case keeps me up at night, even though obviously I'm not involved. I'm on the other side of the world in a different time zone, but it freaks me out.
Maybe you needed to throw a little sugar in your sauce, Jesse, to take some of the acid out of it. That would have helped a little bit.
Something, or maybe 1 less bottle of wine. But I only slept for about 4 hours, but I actually feel bright-eyed and bushy-tailed this morning.
Good deal. What is it, like 10 o'clock in the morning there, roughly?
I think it's earlier. I think it's like, what is it? It's 10 to 9 right now.
Oh, okay. So you're almost exactly an hour behind us. It's 9:52 here.
It does change because there's no daylight savings this close to the equator.
Right. Absolutely. Tomboy wanted to know if you suffered from frozen shock wine syndrome. Could be that. I
think that's what happens when I run out of wine.
Yes. Understood.
Or coffee.
That's what happens to me when I'm out of coffee. We have problems in the world. So yeah.
So Dot's back and she's telling people the stories that she thinks they want to hear.
And she's doing it the same way, Jesse. The same, like I said, it started off the same way again, like 2 years ago. And it's like, oh my God, not again. So that's why I showed all that stuff. I know you were around back then, but that's why I showed all that stuff, because I don't want anybody falling into that trap again. So.
Yeah, no, especially when Dot started saying, I can't hear you. There was no way that I think she heard every fucking word. She just couldn't answer.
Exactly. There was because she had no clue how to answer the question because she didn't know. What's up, Tomboy? Welcome. So thus far, what do you think of this interview thus far, both all you guys?
I despise Vicky Ward myself. I think she's a snob. I think she's a woman of privilege and she looks down upon others. I think Ava's much the same. I think she's a propagandist. It's not just her coverage of the Idaho 4. She's a professional mainstream media. She does hit pieces on people the establishment doesn't like. She's a real evil person, the kind of person that would, when they say, without getting too much into politics,
and they're making a mint off of this, doing that kind of stuff. That's the sad part. Yes.
Sergeant Friday would know what I mean by that. She's kind of she wouldn't mind being this paid spokesperson for the World Economic Forum or something like that.
Probably. Yeah, I know what you mean.
I just don't understand. Like, they're not doing these interviews. Why are you not paying attention to what's in the docs? Because what's in the docs is completely.
Well, you can't. That's not going to be a fun book to write, though. That's why you can't write that book.
Like, you got to retract shit now. To me, the things that are being admitted to, like, they're not even talking. How are they not paying attention to it now? You're doing interviews, but you're asking questions and you're assuming things about Brian. You don't know anything about him. It
They
doesn't
already
make sense.
wrote. They already wrote the book, Krista. That's the problem. The book, all they got to do is change the genre of it from nonfiction to fiction, and it'll be okay.
Believe they don't. That doesn't say fiction.
Come on now, just agree. It's a comic book.
But yeah, it has become a comic book. I agree, with no pictures.
It's sad. It's sad.
Can
because
anybody answer me a question? Because I've been yelled at in chats lately because I've said that Hunter Johnson's phone was at the scene of the crime during the crime, based on this doc, him speaking out of his own mouth, saying that they were getting drunk before the game and he forgot his phone at 1122 King Road. And I've never heard him clarify that he retrieved that phone before he arrived for the 911 call. And I mean, it just seems like something that would not need to be mentioned unless it needed to be mentioned to explain it away. Otherwise, I mean, I come on here and talk to you guys all the time. I don't tell you what I've done with my phone.
Right. Yeah. And then they showed pictures. They showed pictures that Maddie and Dylan put all over his phone while he left it there. That's what he put up, just to verify that, I guess. I don't know. It's kind of crazy, but I agree with you, Jesse. What's up, Twiz? Welcome back, bud.
So in my mind, that puts Hunter Johnson and Molly, the DoorDash driver, at the scene of the crime during the crime.
Walking Murphy. I think she was walking Murphy. Or does she have a dog? I mean, does she?
She had her own dog that she was walking, and they put that into the report. Well, you weren't door dashing and walking your dog at the same time, so that led others to believe from another. I can't remember where I saw it.
I saw it.
That she was there visiting her friend who lived very close, which is the blonde woman that I think Pav put out there, that he said that very well could be her. So that the two officers saw walking. One of them was blonde towards the 1122 house that night around that time period.
And that blonde woman literally was involved in like a high-speed chase with police where she raced to the state line to avoid getting pulled over.
Janelle Braun, I believe, her name was. Yeah. Yes.
I've heard the name. I was like, just don't even bring it up. Don't worry about it right now. It's like, all right. But
I don't think that was a high-speed chase. I think that was an escort out the state.
Good point. I never thought of it that way.
Could be. If you look at it, if you watch the video of it, the dash cam video, it's very strange because I know that when they get to certain speeds, they're supposed to back off, okay? Because it could be dangerous. There's no other vehicles around at this point on that road. It was a country road, whatever you want to look at it as. But at some point, he backs off and turns around and goes away. When he gets to a certain point, it almost looks like what Tomboy said, like, we got you to the state line, do your thing.
Don't come back.
Yeah, which we know was not true, but you know, she did definitely come back. But and why wasn't she not in jail after that for that?
Yeah, you'd think that there would be a pretty severe penalty for that.
There definitely should be.
Probably a CI. I think Molly's a CI. Molly's a CI, right? Was a CI before that, correct?
I think everybody. There's so many CIs now, guys. With the reports, the documents. Yeah. Everybody's a CI. If you get caught with drugs and I heard you become an informant. Period.
She definitely was. I think definitely.
It just seems like it to me.
I mean, yeah.
Let's barrel through the rest of this mess here, and then we can give opinions and talk about some other things that I wanted to talk about as well. Thank you for jumping up with us, Twiz, Tomboy, Jesse, Krista. Are you going to speak, Twiz, or are you just sitting in here, or did you speak? You're not muted.
Come on, Twiz. Turn on your camera. Show us what you look like fresh out of the shower, Twiz.
No, I can't hear you. Hold on. Are you playing with quit playing games with my heart?
No,
we don't hear you, dude.
He wants you to kick him off so he can come out.
Oh, kick you down for a second. Okay, go ahead. There you go. Come on back. There you go. Can you hear me now? You might have to go all the way out, dude, and then come back in. Click the link again. I'll just drop you. I can drop the link in the chat for you, so you ain't got to go looking for it at the bottom. There it is. All right, hold on. You're down. You want me to kick you all the way out? All right. You're out. The link is in the chat, bud. Try it again. See what happens. Gotta love that stuff. Gotta love it.
There's a huge solar flare right now. A huge one. Just a huge solar flare that just came out of
I
that.
can't explain why my phone's doing weird things right now.
So is my YouTube, my StreamYard was earlier.
Yeah. Welcome, Don.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Thank you.
Yep. Here he comes. All right.
Yeah.
Can you hear? Go ahead. Say something.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, I hear you now. Yeah, there's all sorts of weird things going on with this. So
No, it's my fault.
Oh, okay.
For some reason, like StreamYard always makes me like reset stuff to get my microphone to work, and I checked it, but I screwed up. But it looked like it was working, so I didn't.
Oh, mine does that almost every time I go into StreamYard. I got to go back in and reset everything. It's weird.
Yeah.
So, what are your thoughts first off, since we were talking? Look at what do you think about the dot situation? Obviously, you didn't fall for the whole mess, but
Well, I think some of her information has been correct. So.
Oh yeah, it is. It is definitely. She got information from other people.
Yeah. So I mean, like, I'm not gonna dismiss it all. I just don't understand like why you can't be honest about it. Because all you had to do is be like, somebody told me this, but they're too scared to bring it out and just tell them what they told you, you know? And like people can accept it or they can't. But like, why lie about it? That's what I don't get.
Well, because if you tell the truth is probably something like this is a theory, and a theory isn't good enough. You don't get enough attention having a theory. You get a lot.
I think that's definitely part of it. But again, like the whole story that the Moscow mom told me about them dealing drugs out of the house the year before. I haven't acted like I know that's true. I just stated as somebody told me this, and it might be true. You know what I mean? That's what I just don't understand. Like, why lie about it at all? Just say what you told.
It's people's agenda.
You can't verify it. I mean, then just say, can't verify. This is what I heard. This is what I thought. This might help. This information might be, this is the information I have.
Like, the weirder part to me is that she came into Outcast chat already moderated, but then said that she hadn't said anything on YouTube in a year. So, like, that doesn't make any sense. So, I don't know.
Doesn't everybody get the mod thing from you?
Right, but you have to chat first. You have to chat first.
She came in
under. She had to have gone in there with a different name and then changed it to Yo later. That's the thing. But
that's what she did.
Exactly. Like, why? You know?
Everything she's done over the past few years has been lies and bullshit.
Weird. It's so weird.
Yeah,
Yep.
I mean, it's
everybody wants their 15 minutes of fame.
Yeah, conspiracy stuff.
It's weird. I don't understand it, but
I don't either. Well, when we saw all the other stuff that Riley put out on TikTok about the other instances where she had done this stuff, it was like that's mental health issues to me. I'm sorry. And if you're that lonely, there's plenty of other things you could do or other communities you could go in, but you don't insert yourself into a quadruple homicide murder case and come in and grab a hold of things and twist and turn and flip them upside down when people are still trying to figure it out. They're already confused. That's just wrong. I'm sorry.
They call those attention seekers, Dago, attention seekers.
Oh, definitely that. Yeah, but it went deeper than that, though, Donnie. It was way deeper. Way deeper. And like I said, all the information that we were seeing. Yeah, hold on a minute, Dawn. I don't know. You sound really low. But you're turned all the way up. I don't know. The information that we were given after the fact that showed all this stuff, we were just like, why? Why would you do that? I don't understand it. You know, I don't know. And I felt bad because, like I said, at some point, Kim was, believed a lot of this stuff. And I tried to show her, here's how and how, why. And she believed that, but it just kept getting back to her. Like she kept getting back to feeling bad about the situation. And at some point, there was things going around that Dot was freaking out because people were trying to kill her. She was crying and was like on a panel and took off. There was just a whole lot to it, guys. And it was insane to me.
More drama.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is crazy. But
Yeah.
like some of her information is good. So then
Yeah,
like, how do you know?
You're right. You're right. Well, like I said, some of the stuff that she got from Kim. She got from other creators, things that she watched and listened to and things like that. I'm not saying that she didn't communicate with somebody in that realm, possibly, but it wasn't enough to give proof to certain things. It was close to certain things, but it wasn't absolute proof, if that makes any sense what I'm saying. Yeah, Candy, she went into Outcast last night.
I got a question for Twiz.
Yeah, go ahead, bud.
So in the docs, there's people are starting to talk about it again. The IDs that they found at Koberger's house when they did the raid, from what I understand,
I heard
referred to it to former coworkers, very non-specific, no details about it, no follow-up, no analysis given for how somebody would have these IDs or what it might mean. But people are reading into it a lot, including Hart. I don't know if you heard about my nightmare, Twiz, but the last thing I watched before I passed out last night was Harsh Reality, basically saying BK might be guilty because of these IDs in a roundabout way. But yeah, do you have any thoughts?
Ain't he Canada or UK?
I think it's stupid to say that he's a murderer because of that. I mean, it might be weird, but we also don't know how or when he got those IDs, right? Supposedly the FBI contacted him and they didn't know how he got them, but
they have a track record of putting stuff like that out there, and then it turns out to be a big nothing burger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's what it all is. He's he's probably a weird dude, does some weird shit, but that doesn't mean you're a murderer.
Why whose IDs were these? What do you mean? There's IDs at his apartment. Like
it was like two of his old friends or coworkers.
Oh, okay. It wasn't the victims, right? Because Enton put a thumbnail clickbait said it was the victims.
No, they tried to say that in the beginning. Some people did, but no, that wasn't true.
It can't be. They would have told us that.
We don't know what type of a glove it was. We don't know the circumstances of the box or the situation at all. Listen, I found
Look,
weird.
We don't even know what the knife in the sheath was at his house because that could be the K-bar that he ordered on Amazon with his gift card.
That's exactly
all Ann Taylor has said is they haven't found the murder weapon. They
Right.
never said. No one has ever said they never recovered the knife that he ordered. That has never been said.
That knife doesn't need to be, or very well could not be the murder weapon, folks. Just because there's a sheath there doesn't mean that the knife is what did it. Okay.
But he had the sheath, didn't he? He had the sheath and knife and just missing a sharpener, correct? So didn't he have his sheath and his knife, Brian?
They said that he purchased. They looked at his family Amazon account, not just his private, but his family Amazon account, and noticed that there was a USMC K-bar, knife, sheath, and sharpener purchased with a gift card. That's what
They haven't even said that the knife
they
sheath that
didn't
he
say
ordered was
USMC.
USMC. They just said that he ordered a K-bar and a sheath. They've
true.
never said the sheath even matched.
Right, that's true. And
They haven't
never
said a
showed-
lot of stuff, and all these people are out here being like, "Oh my god, he ordered the knife." Blah.
I mean, they did like me not knowing like what you guys know, just watching on the outside, it seemed to me that he ordered these things, and the chief was found at the scene, and they never found the knife, but like they never specified, or they never said that he actually had that stuff. Like he has his purchases, and it's just not the murder weapon.
There's a knife on the list of things that were recovered on the search warrant from his parents' house. There's a couple knives on there, and they're described. Jesus.
That's
one
what
of them.
they wrote it.
The first one is nondescript. Okay, it doesn't say what type of knife it is. So
don't most knives and items have an SKU number?
I believe a SKU. Yeah, I believe they do. They should.
Yeah, because that's how
product
you would
number.
track an item.
I mean,
Yeah,
they
correct,
were
definitely.
not like they found them. They weren't blade weapons or anything. You know what I mean? But they discard and they dismiss the ones that they find in the woods. So it's only a K-bar knife when they find it on Brian. But like the ones they find in the woods, they're not the murder weapons.
They found 3 to 4 or 5 different knives throughout these reports we found, and none of them match up to anything. In one of the reports, they clearly said that they found a K-bar knife, and it says in the report, I had to stop completely. It says, but it doesn't match the wounds on the victims. And I went,
Did it say K-bar style? Was that the way they described it?
I can't remember exactly. Anybody
Well,
else?
K-bar is just a manufacturer. The knife that they
Right.
found only had a 4-inch blade. So it wasn't like the USMC type
A 7
K-bar.
inch.
It was another type of K-bar.
Gotcha. Okay. I didn't see. I wasn't.
Still, like it's the ones he bought on Amazon. Then there you go. He didn't use them. Obviously, he did. There's nothing. It's a nothing burger because it's nothing to do with the crime.
Well,
You found
they
it. You
can't
made
prove anything. They
Right.
have
They made
nothing.
it was though. They made it sticky. And that the sheath was his, and the touch DNA was on there. It's like, I'm sorry, but I think that you planted that. If that's the case, I would think that you planted this DNA there. In my opinion.
And that's how you got a
Well,
cushy
no matter
job
what-
at the U of I.
No matter what, his DNA would be planted there. The question is who planted it.
Right.
Oh,
And
I mean,
why?
Is
somebody
it
could
the
easily
murderers or somebody with the murderers? Was it the police? Could have been ISP.
Brett Payne.
Yep. And that's it right there. Who did it and why did they do it? Obviously, we know that they wanted to, create this situation, but why
did they do it to these people? The way that they were murdered is so bad. Like it's like they did something. Like what did they do to deserve that? Because it wasn't random. I don't think it was random at all. I mean, like I said, it doesn't add up. He's going to pick a house with all those lights and people, and and just assume that 6 people or 8 people aren't going to attack him back, or he's going to be able to get in and out. He's like some sly super spy that nobody saw him either. He just got in and did this, and he went past all the people. He was able to escape the whatever those people were running around. The cops were going around checking things. How did he do all that with nobody seeing him? Like, how did he get all this away from all this, all the cameras and everything? It's like, what are we saying here? And these journalists are supposed to be reading the same docs that you guys are reading. I'm like a normal person, and I'm listening to you guys. I'm like, wait a minute, why are you? They didn't call 911. Why are we even talking about this any longer? Like after that, I'm like, wait a minute.
They're not allowed to say what we're saying. That's the problem. Because
Well, now the police are coming out and admitting that their car was one of the cars driving around the house on camera. So which one was it? How do you know the difference between your car and Brian's car?
They don't.
They don't know the difference, and that was why they were experimenting, trying to make a silver car look tan or a tan car look silver under certain lights.
Yep.
Brett Payne was doing those experiments.
His car's white.
Yeah, right.
This is literally like the inverted video kind of stuff. Like this is crazy to me. Like you're trying to make things fit that don't fucking fit, and then you got smart people that are like, wait a minute, that's backwards. That doesn't look right. Like, wait a minute.
My biggest thing is that they're reading the reports, the same reports we're reading. Why are they not? Why aren't they challenging it? Why aren't they calling it out? Why aren't they questioning it?
Well, Anjanette Levy had
soil samples.
Her face
Right.
needs to fix her goddamn face.
Anjanette Levy had one of the detectives on or some shit, and she was like, "Did you find anything incriminating on his phone?" And he was like, "No." It's like,
Those 2 detectives were like,
what
no,
do you have
think-
that actually points towards Brian except for DNA that anyone else could have brought into that house?
Nothing. Did it? And anybody else that read these with us, did anybody find anything in now any one of these reports that incriminates Brian Koberger for anything?
Nothing.
There isn't anything.
He was a random person, I think, that just happened to get pulled over one night, and he was the perfect person to pin this on. You know, they found his car somehow.
Why do you think that's a good question? I'm glad you brought that up, Twiz, and anybody else. What does anybody question why we weren't allowed to see that police stop?
That was so weird.
From August.
Well, the Bill Thompson at least was going to try to use it to convince people that he drove around Moscow late at night to stalk people in his like bright blue shirt and stuff. That's all it was.
Wasn't he going to Target? Like, wasn't
I assume he was at Winco, but I don't know.
Okay, yeah, I mean, like, but listen, like, if it's a you're putting a looking for people's cell phone numbers and or tracking him, and you go 50 miles out, you're gonna get a lot of people. You know, you just happen to find somebody that has I think that with that kind of car, and they could get. Oh man, I just feel like he was targeted and a perfect person, and I think he's scared to death. I think that he's not talking, and I think that he's got scared into this, and I don't know. I don't think he's a sociopath at all. I don't think any of the things that these people assume about him anymore. And I'm just saying, from my opinion, from watching just the things that they say about him, it's just like he doesn't seem to be. And they're talking to his mom every day. That's come on. He's not.
My favorite one is the thumbs up pic.
Oh yeah,
because they literally put it in there being like he took this hours after the murders and sent it to his parents, and then they come out after he gets sentenced and says, oh, he took pictures like that all the time. So they were all normal except for this one. This one is clearly a trophy of some kind.
Mm-hmm. He's giving a thumbs up to the people. Like, yeah, I did it.
I do think that those IDs in the docs don't look good. And so you could say that would indicate that sort of paints him in a negative light, but it's so vague, and they don't, you would think they would specify what is it, a driver's license? Is it a passport? Is it an ID card? Are
they missing people? I mean,
it could
no, because the FBI called him.
Right. Isn't that what weren't they found when he was working as a security guard?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. There could be like security badges, and like, for example, I know myself, I had a badge, like a security pass to get through security, and I had my friends sitting in a basket in my house for like 3 years right by my computer, and it would make more sense. I mean, you're not going to have your buddy's driver's license probably, but a security pass you might have.
Yeah. And what
also, if they want to use that as evidence, if it's in the documents, don't you need to follow up and have interviews with the women in these who these IDs belong to, and ask them in what circumstances did Brian acquire these IDs, and did you have any suspicion? Were you afraid? Did he attack you? Did he threaten you? No follow up, no description, all vague.
Well, like I said, if he was a security guard, what if we just found him, guys, and said, okay, maybe one day I'll give him back to him or whatever. I mean, I know I'm not trying to reach, but I mean, it's not that big of a damn deal.
Don't get me started on that thing, because it says ID like card, whatever that means.
So it's probably what Jesse said. It's like a scan card for the security company.
Driver's licenses from my wedding, from my bridesmaids from our wedding, because everybody, we didn't want people to drive home, and some people left their IDs here. I had them forever. Like, they just didn't come back and get them. Like, and that's just a random thing. Like, those people are alive. Nobody's missing. Are these people missing? Like you said, they made us think a lot of things that were not true about this poor guy.
Right.
And not one time has anybody talked to him or knows.
It's funny to me. You're right. And it's funny to me now that they're backpedaling. Every interview that I've seen, Bill Thompson was backpedaling. The investigators are backpedaling. Okay. The Reddit forum that he put out for school. Okay. Well, that reporter in that interview was pushing to get him to say something negative about that situation and about Brian. And all he said was, Gilbertson, Well, yeah, but everybody was doing it. They all had them. They all were doing that thing. Well, that takes every bit of spotlight off Brian, then, doesn't it? Unless they're all killers.
I would like Bill Thompson to explain how, if they knew he didn't take the main roads leaving Moscow that night, how he took the back roads. Because if you have no footage of him on the main roads, then how do you know he was on the back roads if you don't have footage of him on the back roads either? Because they don't have footage. They have no proof.
None. Nothing. They had absolutely no case, folks. Nothing.
No.
Which is why they
picked
had.
the poor guy. They picked him and then they worked around it and made it. Wow. And then thank God, he pleaded guilty. Now that's it. Pleaded guilty, guys. He pleaded guilty. So he's guilty. It doesn't matter now.
Anne said he was picked early on.
Yes, he did.
He was chosen a long time before this early on.
That's a shame.
And there's words out there stating that he was chosen before he even came to Idaho. Okay.
There are some rumors that a WSU professor is involved.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you guys are starting to feel this. I said this a long time ago. I felt like there was something with money and loans, and
also a rumor. There was also a rumor that one of his professors from DeSales, it's a rumor, understand that, so don't go running with it, that recommended him to go to Washington was involved in some aspect about this too. Just saying, okay?
I don't think she's involved in like picking him to be a quadruple murderer.
No, not that way, but involved in getting him there.
She did point him towards WSU.
Right.
Didn't he get pulled over a lot? Like from these people?
Well, if anything, he just sucked as a driver, that's all.
Well, I've been saying, but like maybe they were doing that purposely. Pulling him over, I mean, like it feels like a seatbelt ticket, okay. I mean,
well, he
like,
was speeding that night.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So like the thing is, where he got pulled over, the speed limit is 35, and then like a quarter mile down the road or something, it turns to 45.
Like, what a
So
sociopath,
I
man.
assume that he mistook it because he had just moved here and he didn't know, like, because when you drive into Moscow, it's 45 until right about Winco. It turns down to 35. So he probably thought that it was already 45 driving the way that he was.
And he was only going 43. Like,
yeah,
on the
41
radar,
or
like,
something.
he wasn't even going 45. So, I mean, it is what it is. Like,
He
the guy,
admitted to a seatbelt, right? Like I didn't have my seatbelt on. I'm sorry.
he was honest about it.
No, he's a dirty, filthy liar. He actually had his seatbelt on, but because he can't not lie per Hitler, he had his seatbelt on, but the cop asked him if he had his seatbelt on, so he didn't. He told the cop that he didn't have it on because he's a compulsive liar. That's all he can do is lie.
Yep.
Right.
What a sociopath, you know. I'll dare him.
Have a good night, Andy.
It's like who. I just have to go back to who would they be scared to call? Who would they be scared to call 911 on? Right? Because if it was just this hypothetical, the Popo, are you going to call the Popo if you just saw what they did? Are you going to think that wouldn't you be scared? I mean, just saying, if they were even there, the two surviving suspects, who would scare them enough not to call 911? Who would they think that wouldn't come help them? I don't know. I just feel like, why are the follow-up questions never came? I have so many follow-up questions on this thing. Who were you protecting? You protecting Brian Koberger? Are you doing him a solid because he left you alive? Why aren't you calling 911? Your friends are
Are they protecting themselves?
From what?
Well, the number one question we need to know from Dylan is, was that front door open when you walked into Bethany's room?
And where was Murphy?
Good point.
Because
Again.
we have multiple reports that front door was open all morning from people walking by, which means Dylan and Bethany never left that room until they were calling the cops at like 11:30 or whatever, calling their friends. Like, when did that door shut?
I'm sorry. They heard everything. I cannot believe that if they were anybody else, they would be the suspect. They would be the suspect. Yeah, I would be the suspect. There's no way that you can convince me that you purposely didn't call. We were gaslit about that entire thing. That was the first thing we heard, and we thought, oh, that's odd. Oh, the people waited 8 hours. Okay, we'll give them time. We'll just wait. They were scared. They were shocked. They're this. They didn't do anything. They didn't see anything. They thought it was a joke. And poor them. They're victims. And it's like, okay, 911 call comes out. All right,
They could still be victims, right? Because somebody could be threatening them that night. Somebody could still be threatening them. I personally think that Bill Thompson staring at Dylan was a threat the entire time. It was a do your fucking job or else, bitch.
You think?
Yeah, he's trying to say I was protecting her from Brian seeing her.
Oh my God, that made me so angry. That made me
the eyesight line doesn't add up there, Billy boy. You would need to be sitting on the table to block his view. You're an idiot.
Yeah, that was dumb.
I just want to point out that if you think Dylan and Bethany are lying, you got to consider that Ava and Hunter and Emily and Josie and all those other kids are in lockstep with them. They're all telling the exact same story, and all their stories don't make sense. This Ava girl, she says she's so against testifying in court, yet she's willing to do an interview with Vicky Ward. She doesn't really pass the smell test to me based on some of the things she's said. Hunter and Emily just they're getting caught in flat out lies.
Yeah, he grabbed it from the kitchen. He grabbed the kitchen knife for protection, and now there's knives on steps and that's the knife, and there's blood on them.
And his phone potentially at the scene. I truly believe that all these kids, as Dave said, I think those Snapchats that Dave was describing, where everybody basically in that friend group, there was threads with 60 plus people as part of those threads at 9 a.m. knowing about this crime 2 hours before the 911 call. I think that there's enough evidence that I'm convinced that Dave was not lying about that.
And there's only one way. Dave wasn't the only one that said it. Kim said it at 8:30 in the morning as well. There's only one way that could have happened. Only one. And that's one of two people that were in that house that were still alive.
Well, that we know of.
That we exactly.
Who did Molly see upstairs in the window?
Did she see somebody in the window? That's a weird. What do you stick for? That's a weird thing to.
I mean, okay. At first, when I heard that, I thought maybe Xana, but then they're saying that every time that they looked up or something, they would duck out of the way.
Well, here's the thing, okay? When you are door dashing or whatever, right?
Yeah.
You get an order, you pick it up, you drive it to the house. When you go to deliver it, if you don't know where the house is, you call or text whoever it's being delivered to.
That's right.
She said in the documents that she was there for like 15 minutes, right? Mm-hmm. Waiting to find the house, that she was watching somebody upstairs in the window. Yeah, I bet you anything she was waiting for a response from Xana or whoever ordered it.
Well, do you have
Which could mean they were already dead.
Yeah.
Yep. So give us the time of death, motherfuckers.
That's a good point. Very good point.
Well, according to them, it was done in 7 minutes. So I mean, come on, and this is crazy. But everybody's like, oh, it wouldn't matter if they called 911 right away. They were slicing. Like, hello.
It's kind of hard to give a time of death when you wait 8 hours.
Exactly.
Yeah, they can't even do a proper liver temperature test after that period of time, and to be able to get it right.
So Twiz said they might have been threatened, and that's why they didn't call 911. And I don't disagree with that. But one thing I want to point out is,
I'm just trying to give them the benefit of the doubt with that. That's all I'm saying. Like they could be. Everyone is listen. The person that I can contact Brian through, like I've seen the threat that she's received, one of them. It's pretty graphic. I don't even know if I could really say it on YouTube, but it involves a shotgun going into certain places that only women have and then pulling the trigger and brains being flung around. Okay. These threats aren't fake. These threats are real. How the person got her phone number to threaten her that, I don't know, but I think it was somebody in the jail that Brian was in. Like this shit isn't a joke.
That's kind of my thought too.
I was just going to say that if they're being quiet because they're threatened,
they're not being quiet. Though, that's the problem. Like they're admitting to, you know what I'm saying? Like you're crying, you have a GoFundMe, you're yelling at him, screaming, like say nothing. Say nothing.
We got to make it look good, okay?
Yeah. Yeah, it
Certainly,
doesn't look
it,
like
it does feel like
But
everybody's
I think
running
you
cover and
misunderstood though,
PR.
Krista.
Yeah.
They're not the ones that are getting the threats though. Okay.
Oh, they're not getting the threat. Okay.
I didn't misunderstand.
Not you, the other Krista.
No, I thought that the girls were getting the threats, not Bethany and Dylan aren't getting threats. Who's
No.
getting threats?
I mean,
well,
everyone could be getting threats,
They
right?
could be. Yeah, they could be. but-
I assume
point
I
was
am
gonna be that
threatened,
in order
even
to
though I don't
threaten
have
them,
anything
you-
explicitly towards me. But you don't have my email address, you don't have my phone number.
Right.
So like, it's hard to threaten me, but I assume that I have threats out on me too, right?
Yeah.
Brian's
you-
family's threatened, and Taylor's threatened. I'm sure Eliza and Bicca are threatened. The Gonsalveses are threatened. Like, why would that be? You know.
That makes no sense, does it?
Wow.
Well,
but they know who's doing this, and nobody's doing anything about it.
another rumor is the people that are making the threats would be the alternative perpetrators.
Uh-huh.
It makes sense.
So
This
why would
is
they
like-
be threatening both sides? You know.
Ozarks
Right.
meets Breaking Bad, man. Ozarks meets Breaking Bad. I really believe that that's that big. But you know, if you watch the show Ozarks, that whole town, everybody is involved. Everybody.
Yeah, it does remind me of Ozarks a lot. I'll say that much.
That's the vibe I get.
And Twin Peaks too.
No, I still say gypsies.
Gypsies, American Gypsies. Is that the
I
one?
have no idea. I've never even heard of that, but
There's so many rainbow families up there.
I'd like to ask Ava if there were drugs in that area, because another birdie has contacted me recently saying that their mom's best friend's granddaughter was in 1112 that night. We don't know if she lived there or just there as a friend or something.
is that L? The other person, L?
No, I don't even know her name.
Isn't Elle
Okay.
Linden a boyfriend of one of the girls?
Well, there was a female that was in there.
Can I finish my story?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Anyways, no, they said that there were drugs were rampant in that area. Go on.
Oh, no,
Drugs
sorry.
are rampant
I thought
everywhere
you were
too,
trying- Well, everybody's been saying if every show that's been put out, everything's been put out. They've denied it. They've denied the drugs. Okay, we're not stupid. Okay, so why are you lying about drugs? Just put it out there. There's drugs that were found.
Brian Enton just put it out on Twitter that the Tox reports confirm there was no drugs at 1122 King. That's a recent Twitter post from Brian Enton.
But
so
the report,
Ethan and Xana had the line of something crushed up on the desk for their friends.
Right, the blue powder with the $2 bill rolled up next to it.
They clearly didn't do anything.
Of course.
I think they just got it and they didn't have time. To be honest, why would you leave it out like that? If you know what I mean? I think that was.
That's dumb. Not you.
Well,
Chris.
the
Other
yearly
stuff.
report, which came out like early 2023, said there were 4 homicide victims in Moscow that year, and I think 3 of them had illegal drugs,
Mm-hmm.
and then one was weed or something. It was something like none of them came back negative. So figure that out.
Well, we know how Caden Young died. Okay. And there was quite a few other options going on around there with that kind of stuff too.
I mean,
So-
listen, like Adderall is big in colleges and in that age group. It's everywhere. You know, whether
Oh,
or
it's
not.
big.
It's not that big of a deal to me that they had Adderall there. But if it had something to do with their unalivings, I don't know who would do that over that.
Yeah.
But I feel like
Hudson,
maybe there was other things that when you graduate from doing that you could do.
and Hudson Lindau is supposedly that was an accident. He drowned in a mud puddle.
Well, let's think about this too. If there are drugs in that area being dealt or whatever, it would most likely be through the Greek system, and all 4 victims had recently left the Greek system.
I was wondering. I thought that they tried to get out of something and that people didn't want them to get out of it.
Maybe they threatened to talk about something that they saw or knew. That would make a lot of sense. Maybe that's what I mean, it's a reach, but Maddie, what'd you say to Adam? Well, I told him everything. That could have been a whole thing. You know what I mean?
And what were they thinking? You said they somebody heard things. It was going around that this was going to happen. This shakedown. It was going to happen. What was the people not know what the shakedown was about? What was the shakedown for? Everybody obviously knew something.
Kim told us more than once that this initially was supposed to be a shakedown, that everybody knew this was going to happen in that area. And that's all it was supposed to be, but it went too far.
Supposedly, Kaylee told her parents she was hesitant to go back, right? Why would that be?
Right. Why did she leave in the first place?
And Bethany said she doesn't come back at all, right? Like,
no, Bethany never went back. She refused to.
She's scared to death because she knows that the real people are
Kaylee had left, went home early. She could have stayed there and had fun and finished out her time there with her friends, but she didn't want to. She went home for a reason.
You mean like moved home, right? Or
yes. Hey,
Okay.
kiddo, cutie, love your hat. And
oh, cute! Oh my god, I love that. I love those ears. So cute.
So Dylan called her, trying to get her to be the plus one. Either didn't get a response or wasn't sure of it, and she drove to the house to get the answer from her.
Oh Jesus!
And she was still not 100% sure what she wanted to do based on her mother's mouth. She put it out herself, but then chose to do it.
What if Dylan was pressured to do that? You know, like
that's my whole point right there.
There's lots of things that could happen.
Dylan could have went with anybody to that dance. Why did it have to be Kaylee? Because from my understanding, Kaylee was not coming back. Okay, she was going to come back for graduation, pick up her shit, and she's gone. So it's real convenient that she was brought back there. Whether it was, like you said, what if Dylan was forced to go have her come back? Okay.
Yeah.
That all could have been done over a phone. You did not have to travel to her home to do that. You could have called her and accepted her answer as no.
I was going to say that if they were forced to cooperate, and if they were threatened, that would change the dynamic inside the house during the crime. They're not hiding in their bedrooms. They're probably round up in like a living room or a common area, held at either gunpoint or tied up, and listening to everything going on, all the unalivings happening, and scared to death, and then told don't call until noon or something along those lines.
That's what I thought.
Certainly not hiding in their rooms, and certainly not unaware of what's going on. Horrifically aware of what's going on.
It didn't even have to be that serious either. They could have just been told, listen, something's going to go down.
You guys are cool. You stay in your rooms.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Something's going to go down at the time. Stay out of it. Stay in your room and you're good. End of story.
You didn't see nothing, but then they did. Like
I don't know if that's enough to prevent you from calling 911 though. I think
it depends on who makes that statement to you and what the other part to that would have been. If you do want to get involved, you can be in there too. You know what I mean? Something like that.
Right. And I think that I think that like Ozarks, I think that it goes way higher up.
And that deal probably can't even be offered unless they're involved in some knee deep into something themselves. Because if they're just innocent bystanders, I don't see that deal even being on the table for them.
I believe that there's not one follow-up question on, oh, you saw the person leave? Okay. Well, did you call anybody? Not did you call the police? Why didn't you call them? I mean, the roommates. Well, they didn't answer. That's even more of a fucking. Well, now you know that there's murder shit going on. You're seeing and hearing murderous shit, and you wait and you call the dentist and you job search and you're on Snapchat and you're. I'm sorry, what? Your friends are bleeding out. There's a scary man in the house. Like.
And so if Brian, it's not really about him, but if he were to wait the full 42 days, okay. We're down to 36, I think now. But if he were to wait the full 42 days and then file what's called a post, come on, Tomboy.
Post conviction relief.
Okay. That gives him, and I do believe this is correct, up to a year possibly to be able to work his case as an appeal. Or that's the type of appeal it is. Yeah, that's it. Relief. Anyway, I don't know that it's an appeal. I'm kind of talking sideways because I'm not 100% sure on what you call it, but
I heard it. So I heard that
but
last night.
that'll give him up to a year after the situation to deal with whatever's going on. And at that point in time, they can work this and either come up with the truth or proof, absolute proof that it could have been him. And that could be the absolute reason for the plea, folks, because I think there's like protocol and steps that have to be taken that I can't remember. We talked about this yesterday, Tom, when I completely just went brain dead on what it was. That it would be better for him. Oh, because the appeal, if he does a regular appeal, it would take a lot longer. Like it could take forever. This way, if he does something like this, it's like it starts in motion immediately. That's what I was trying to say. Sorry. And if he were to do it, like if he were to go to court, go to trial, and possibly get convicted with the death penalty, it can take up to 5 years to start the appeal process in that sense. And in that period of time, you're still sitting in jail. Okay.
Right.
Still got the death penalty. So this way, if he does it like this, bing, bang, boom, you got the 42-day period of time, and then everything goes into effect once you file and everything like that. And it's very quick.
Okay.
That could have been the reason right there is what I was saying.
Makes sense. I bet that
That
would
way
make
he
sense.
doesn't have to wait all that time. Right.
Did it say he had to wait the whole 42 days or something, or no?
That's what it is. You got to wait the whole 42 days to file the post-conviction relief. Okay. So, and at that point,
He has to file within 42 days.
yeah.
Then
the way I read it, I thought you had to wait the 42 days and then you file at that point. I could be wrong. Either way, that's how that process works. And I feel like Brian is the type of person that's not going to do this half-assed. That if he believes he's 100% innocent, then he wants it absolutely 100% proven that he's innocent. No little bit here, no little bit there, no plea this, I'll take this for that. None of that bullshit. That he feels 100% that he's innocent, which could relate to the confidence that he showed through this whole thing.
True.
Okay. That's what he wants to do, is prove absolute innocence in this. That's an opinion I have. I'm just saying.
To me, I think he was targeted. And when they come out and say there's nothing, there's nothing. It was random. He picked the house at random, and we think that's not what you said. Like, then why did you find him? How did you find him then? If no connection at all, and this is a random act, how did you find him? Like, nothing you said that led to him, and like, this has to be high. It has to go. Like, I don't know. Like, what is it? The Supreme Court? Like, how are people not stepping in and going, whoa? These docs are crazy. Like, well, can we at least go talk to Brian? Let's go just have a conversation. A lawyer, I'm saying. Like, I just think that there should be lawyers lining up. Unless what are we missing? Is there something we're missing?
Oh, lots of lawyers want to talk to him.
They do. I mean, why wouldn't they? Look at this.
It's just a question of whether he will or not.
I would imagine that there's probably quite a few decent attorneys that would probably do this pro bono, just for the fact that they did it. It's going to give them a name, But yeah,
if we're missing anything, you know what I mean? If you're going to come back and say, look, there's paperwork you didn't see, he was a lookout, or he was there, or they talked him into doing something stupid that night, and I don't know.
I don't believe that he would do. I mean, he's too smart for that. But that's just my opinion. But I also oh shit, I lost the thought. Sorry, it'll come back. Becky said that he didn't have a chance in this court to be proven not guilty, and I think this was his only way. That's kind of where I'm at with it too. I said that before, that I don't care. Did Jesse drop out? Yeah, he did. That I don't care where he went in Idaho, he was not going to get a fair trial. That was my opinion for the whole thing. But, and I definitely, once we met Hippler, I knew what direction that was going. I think we all did. It's crazy.
But when these docs come out in court, all the stuff we're reading now, that would have came out during the trial or no? Like,
I mean, it should have.
Why not?
It should be part of discovery, yeah.
But why I think a jury would be like, what? What do you mean?
Well,
You don't have anything? Okay. Why are we here?
but here's the thing: is you saw everything else going the way it was going.
But yeah.
Would you trust that the jury would be on the up and up after you've seen how everything else went down?
Yeah, maybe because look at us saying we're a mock jury, right? We're looking at things and we're like, are you serious? I don't know if they knew everything. Like, I think people should be angry in Idaho, where he lives or where this is like. These people should be angry because if they're not paying attention to what we're saying, I just feel like
Steve's
it's
pissed
crazy.
and he's our biggest ally. It's only a matter till he flips. Just watch.
I think so. I think he should, because him and Olivia, I think they really want justice. To open your eyes, and they took advantage of these people's grief. They took advantage of their grief and told them things, and you could tell they've been through hell. Like,
so do you think?
Really did it.
Do you think, Twiz, that they'll go all the way if they do flip, like all the way over, or do you think it'll just be that they still think Brian's involved, but they want to know who else is involved?
Depends. Well, that's where they already are. Depends on the timeline that you're speaking of, and who can talk to them, and like how much they'll open up.
Right.
But he's saying, from what I've heard, I haven't even watched the interview, but he's saying that they're protecting U of I and Brian. And my argument would be like, they're protecting U of I.
How though?
They don't give a shit about Brian.
Right. Why were they protecting the university? It still happened there.
Right.
He didn't go there. Brian didn't go there. So who were they protecting? Why the murder still happened there? Still
The money and the reputation and
because whoever did it went there, and now they're double fucked because they were protecting it the whole time. So they're gonna look 10 times worse now.
Right.
Right. And that's the only logical.
If it gets out in the news that a U of I student or students or teacher or staff or security guard or whatever killed 4 people, who's going to want to send their kids to U of I?
But what about Washington
Imagine Steve G coming out next week and being like, if you send your kid to U of I, they're going to get murdered and the school's not even going to care. Don't do it. And then enrollment drops like 20% or something.
But they didn't care about Washington State where Brian worked, though, right? Like, didn't he work for Washington State, or didn't he go there? Like,
well,
so
like you're trying to be logical. This has been stupid.
I know.
Like, for instance, when I moved back here, I'm like, why are people not walking around? Because when I lived over here before, kids were walking around everywhere. And what I was told was when the murders happened, kids stopped walking places. And I was like, well, that's really stupid because they got murdered in their home. So you're probably safer on the sidewalk, But people aren't that smart.
They told us they were safe. Remember, you guys are safe. You guys are all safe. It was a target
I'm
attack.
talking about in Pullman.
Yeah.
Pullman, people stopped walking around because of the murders. When the murders happened in the house.
True.
Yep.
True.
Yep. Is there a new Steve interview out? Is that what you were saying?
It was like the day after sentencing or something. I don't know.
Oh, okay. There's a couple of those.
Does he live in that area? Do they live in that area, or?
No, they live up. What's the name of their town?
Rathdrum.
Rathdrum. Thank you.
Or like hanging out at that bar place or something, that corner place or something. Just recently, like I with all these documents, like to me, like you're going to the places where you want to try to get information if you're not from here.
Well, I don't know that they're investigating it like he was anymore. I still feel like they're looking for answers, but not like he was. I think they're looking at it from a different angle now, and
he doesn't believe that Brian did this by himself.
Not at all, right?
Like he wants to know everything that happened or whatever, which is good. But what I'm saying is only a matter of time until he's at least questioning it.
Right.
Well, at some point, if they're reading, which I believe they are, because they did make a statement, I think on their Facebook page about they're reading the reports too, okay, and they've made a couple statements on their Facebook page, like they're not happy, okay, they're not happy, and they should be definitely questioning a lot more, in my opinion. So I think this is an interview with him. The interview the day after. I'll see if I'm right. Hold on.
Well,
We are here to prove to the world that you picked the wrong families.
Wow.
Wrong state.
Now look at the angle for where he's talking
Community.
to where like Brian would be. There's no way Bill blocked Brian's view from Dylan.
No, I was thinking about that after you said it as to where they, and you noticed that they changed the courtroom around for this.
Well, it's a different courtroom.
Oh, okay, then that's why it looks different. I thought it was the same courtroom. They just moved things around. My apologies. Okay. So yeah, if Bill's sitting here, Brian's way over here, and he would have to be, you're right, he'd have to be on the desk. That makes sense.
You tried to break.
Just look at Chronicles.
You tried to plant fear. You tried to divide us. You failed. Instead, your actions have united everyone in their disgust for you.
Those are very powerful words from Steve Gonzalez. He's the father of Kaylee Gonzalez at the sentencing of his daughter's killer. Brian Koberger was sentenced on Wednesday to life in prison without parole for killing Gonzalez's daughter, Kaylee, and 3 of her friends, Ethan Chapin, Xander Kernoodle, and Madison Mogan. We'll never forget those names. Steve Gonzalez joins us now. Steve, good morning. I'm so sorry to see you again under these circumstances, but I'm very curious about how you're feeling now that this is done.
Just hearing what you just said is put a smile on my face. We will never forget those names. A lot of serial killers go down, and all we remember is the serial killer's name and not the victims. And maybe we can set a new tone where we focus on the victims, and we don't even name the person that does this, because I think the notoriety and the fame that they get is not helping us at all.
Yeah. Steve, I agree with you. I think you're onto something there, but I was very touched by your speech in particular, and Olivia, your daughter Olivia. I really want to talk about that as well. But when you took to the stage, when you got up there to address him, you turned the podium to face him directly. At what point, what made you do that? And what point did you decide, I'm going to do that? That was a very powerful moment in the courtroom to me.
I'll give you a glimpse a little bit behind the scenes. That podium literally said, "Do not move." It had it right on there. But some of the other victims' families were so scared that they were going to be like arrested, or they were going to get in trouble if their statements weren't perfect. And I said, I will go first, even though I wanted to go last. I said, I will go first. And if I don't get arrested, none of you guys have anything to worry about. So I went in there, turned that podium. I wanted to face him. I wanted to set a tone of what I think a courtroom should look like. A courtroom should be about protecting the victims and not emboldening the person who did this. I mean, how many times did we hear that he was, respectful, and he didn't even need to stand for saying that, the victims that he killed. I wanted to change that tone a bit.
Yeah, you know what? The other thing that struck me, Steve, was when he was asked to say something, the question we all want to know, why? What we've heard, he had no connection to any of the kids. And when he said, I respectfully decline, just the fact that he used the word respectfully just, touched me in a way. What did you think in that moment when you heard him say, I respectfully decline to make a statement?
Astronaut over there.
He respects who can hold him accountable in that courtroom. And that's why I want that courtroom and all courtrooms in America to be more thorough, be stronger. He looked at that judge and he's like, this judge can literally do anything to me. I don't have control versus this judge. So yeah, he's going to respect him, but he didn't respect the victims. He didn't respect any of us in that courtroom, but he respected the sword. He respected somebody who could literally decide his fate. So I see this.
That's stupid though, because his fate was decided already. Sorry. I'm not going to go with that.
Predictable. Go for it.
You said that you wanted to know the details of Kaylee's death, and they were pretty gruesome. And I'm wondering, did you get the answers that you were seeking? Your daughter Olivia, I thought, was extremely, extremely powerful. She questions his intelligence, him as a man, and his humanity by asking, what did you say to her? What were her last words? Do you feel that you're powerful? You are nothing. I mean, she was far more eloquent. I'm paraphrasing now. Did you all discuss as a family what she was going to say?
Yeah, we kind of all worked on our statements together. We even worked with some of the other families on their statements. We're a family of doers. We're a families that were prepared for this. Yeah, we were ready. We were ready, and we've been victimized by the court system itself. So it was finally our chance to be like, this is how we course correct. This is how we get in here and we let people know this is what a Gonzalez is. This is what a G is. And it's not sitting here begging this guy and keep emboldening him and keep putting him in positions of power. He was able to dictate the whole process. Yeah. But that day was our chance to say, you know what, you're not in control anymore. We are.
On that particular day, at least one family member says she's open to a conversation, open to forgiveness. Is that something you can even think about at this time? Do you understand that?
I love the contrast in different families and the way that they can grieve differently. And I think it gives a full breadth of what it looks like to be a victim and to go through this process. For me, I've always said it would be a lot more difficult if he came forward and just said, I did this and I need to be forgiven. I believe in Jesus Christ, our Lord, our Savior. So if he said that, that would put me in a paradox to where I would have to I'd have to forgive him. So that would be a lot more difficult, but he's never really taken accountability. He's never shown any remorse.
You can do it.
Not there yet.
All right.
You can do it, Steve.
Thank you again for taking the time. You should know the whole country really grieves with all of the victims, with all of the families. And I'm hoping in some small way this gives you closure, but it's very, very difficult.
I'm not going to. There's more questions, okay? I feel so bad for them. I do feel really bad for them. They have been so lied to and misguided at that point. Like, wow. I don't know. And Olivia, like, what they have to go through every single day. Think about it. They've been misguided, lied to about the death of a really gruesome death of their child and sister. And you have this complete misguided view of somebody that you don't even do. They're assuming that he did this for this reason or that reason. Or he's this person, he's that person, he's in control.
Well, they talk to the experts, and the experts say the profiling from the experts.
Did they even talk to Brian, though? Did the experts talk to Brian?
No, that's why it's stupid.
It's so fucking stupid.
Right. I could be like, Steve, get me on the phone with Burgess, and I will prove to you how stupid she was and how wrong her profile was in about 3 minutes. Like, I can prove to you it's wrong.
Right. And then I think he knows better.
And this was, in my opinion, the best impact statement that was given that day.
Yep. He knows better, I think.
For anybody that didn't see this, this was quite interesting.
Yeah, my name's Steve Gonzalez. I'm Kaylee's older brother. She was my little sister, my friend, the middle child in the heart of our family. There are no words that can fully describe her spirit, but if you knew her, you knew joy, you knew light, you knew someone who made everything better just by being in the room. My statement was largely grounded in one goal, and that was to do everything for anyone who listens to this and has to go through something similar to not have to endure what we had. My family's fought tirelessly, not just for answers, but for accountability. We've stood in front of cameras, behind closed doors, and across from people who didn't want us to speak, but we did, and we won't stop now. Across nearly every murder case prosecuted by Bill Thompson, including the killing of University of Idaho football player Eric McMillan, there is a clear and troubling pattern. Families are left feeling unheard, justice is negotiated down through plea deals, and the public is left with unanswered questions. In the McMillan case, charges were reduced from first-degree to second-degree murder, prompting confusion and outrage from the victim's family and community. The same pattern is emerged in the Silas Parks and John Lee cases, both of which prosecuted by Bill Thompson, where capital-eligible crimes were resolved through plea agreements, sidestepping trials and diminishing public accountability. The most egregious of these crimes was the brutal killing of Whitney Parks, a young pregnant woman whose life was taken by her husband, Silas Parks, during a violent domestic assault. Whitney was only 22 years old. Whitney was beaten and strangled in her own home, an act of cruelty that not only ended her life, but also the life of her unborn child. And yet, despite the devastating nature of this crime, Bill Thompson reduced the charges from murder to voluntary manslaughter, ultimately securing a sentence that allowed Parks the possibility of parole after just 5 years. There was no trial, no full accounting of what Whitney endured, no acknowledgement in the legal outcomes of the trial.
And that's the thing, Jesse, and everybody else. Bill Thompson never lost a case, right? Okay. Bill Thompson has this great track record. Bill Thompson has given a plea deal on about almost every other deal that he puts out or every other case he covers. The man doesn't have to work. He doesn't want to. The way I see it, he's lazy. Okay. He didn't have a case with this one. He probably didn't have cases with these other ones. So it's easier just to do this, and it looks like he's got to win. That's bullshit.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a joke. That's why I liked this statement the most of everything that went on that day.
Proud she was carrying. For Whitney's family, and for anyone who believes that justice system should speak forcefully for victims, this wasn't justice. It was a deal, and it was like so many others under Thompson's watch. It prioritized expedience over accountability. Now, almost predictably, we find ourselves reliving that pattern in the current case. Despite the magnitude and brutality of the crime, the prosecution chose to accept a plea deal behind closed doors, without trial, without ever consulting our family in any meaningful way. In fact, we learned from the plea deal that had been finalized from an email from the prosecution team. Not in person, not with warning, not with respect. That moment underscored what we feared all along, and that this case was following the same well-worn path toward expedience over justice. Sentencing once again fails to reflect the severity of the act, and the emotional fallout has landed again on the shoulders of the victims' families, who have been left out unheard and grieving not just a horrific loss, but a system that continues to bypass them. The through line is undeniable. Whether it's 2004 or 2025, prosecutional, is that a word? Sorry. Prosecutional approach has consistently abandoned the very approach it is, or the very people it is supposed to protect. The trend you'll notice from Thompson's prosecuted crimes are the following: plea bargains avoiding capital punishment, charge reductions, sentences that misalign with the gravity of the crime, lack of trial due to plea bargains. These aren't just failures in process, they're failures that have real consequences for real people. After reviewing Bill Thompson's history, it's clear our family was never given a fair chance at justice. But this isn't just about a prosecutor's record. It's about Kaylee. It's about my sister. She's not just one of the Idaho 4. She was a daughter, a sister, a best friend, and the light in every room she walked into. When the prosecution followed the same path we've seen before, closed doors, limited input, and a plea deal handed down without our voice, it became painfully clear that Kaylee was being treated just like another case. But she wasn't. She was everything to us. And our pain has only deepened, knowing that the system didn't fight for her the way she deserved. I'll leave everyone with this. There's 1,000 things I wish I could say to Kaylee.
I think, Matt, is because they probably were worried they were going to get shut down. So he saved it to say at the end outside.
But today I'll just say this. I will always carry her with me for the rest of my life, and I will never stop being her brother.
That was the best impact statement that day.
Can I ask a question? Did they ever identify the bodies? Or did they make them cremated? Did they get cremated right away or something? Did they ever identify their kids'
From
bodies?
what I heard, they never saw the body.
That's what I heard too, that they were all cremated.
Doesn't that make you feel like
it was stated that they were too it was just too much, and they didn't let them see him because of that.
Who gets to decide that, though?
What if they weren't even there? What if it wasn't even them? Think about it.
That shouldn't be up to anybody but the family, in my opinion.
Exactly.
And then they were cremated. Yeah, Ethan had a funeral, but closed casket. I think he was cremated, and they just had a funeral with the urn. I thought, or did I misunderstand that?
No, he's been
I know it's very far
cremated
fetched
too.
to say, but like, why don't you?
As
Why
far
wouldn't you
as I
let your
know.
body?
He
I'm
was
sorry.
cremated, but I don't understand. I don't know if they did a funeral and then cremated him, or if they cremated him and had the funeral with the urn in his ashes.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
And
He
then
never-
I remember Jim said that he keeps him in his basement.
I thought nobody saw the bodies.
What if they were never even? Oh,
That's what I understood too. Is that nobody got to see the bodies, so I don't know.
My brain worms.
I don't know what the truth is on that. The only people that can tell you that would be the families, 100%. So you can do the okay. Yeah, I know. I've heard you could. I just don't know if that's what they did.
Wow.
They have to actually physically embalm the body, and then they'll do the funeral, and then they'll cremate after that. It costs more money, obviously, but it's whatever the family chooses to do.
We had the urn at the funeral home. My sister, we just cremated her and had the urn here and a picture of her.
And from my understanding, Ethan probably could have had an open casket funeral. You know, the morticians are pretty good at his neck and his that could have been it could have been covered up and all that, and they wouldn't have had to see anything bad. But there's no way that Kaylee could have, or Xana.
Like, to not even. I know you don't have to. Don't you have to identify the body though? Like, don't you have to? Somebody has to come in there and say that is my cousin. That is Kaylee Gonzalez. Like,
they're supposed to, but it could be done with dental teeth and things like that.
Oh
too.
yeah. Okay.
I'm sure. Like they stated, I believe it's in the way I read it was that they couldn't tell who she was, but they knew who she was because of she was there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's what Stacy had stated, that all his wounds were below the collar. So they probably did do a regular funeral for him. Good night, Jody. Have a good night, dear. The whole thing, guys, at this point is insane. And I'm just hoping that I really still feel strongly that there's something coming. I really do.
I do too. I feel like I can feel the energy feels not over. Like it doesn't feel like over at all. I just don't know how many people can ignore what we're reading. How can people ignore that?
They're doing it.
It's weird.
Okay. I go back to this ever since I've watched this. I have to go back to this, and we watched it again today. As hard as it was to do, I watched an interview that JLR did with a gentleman by the name of Alec. Okay, he was an inmate in the same place that Brian's in at one point, and the place across the street from him too. And JLR wanted to know what it was going to be like for Brian and all that. So they talked about all that. And then it came down to where he stated, he asked him, he goes, "You're from Moscow, correct, Alex?" And he said, "Yeah." Okay. And he goes, "So tell us about Moscow." And he starts talking a little bit. And the man says, "Well, I got to watch what I say, blah, 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 something like that, or they'll make me disappear." And he said, "Moscow's connected." And he starts to talk, and I think his wife was standing there or something, and she was saying things to him. He goes, "Yeah, that's where I'm going to stop. I'm just going to leave it there. They're connected." And I just, that's all I'm saying about that. I don't want to talk about it. And there was a fear in his tone. Why would you say that? Okay. Right. What are these people afraid of? That's my biggest thing. I mean, I have my ideas. Okay. And I just, if there's that much fear, that kind of tells its own story about this, in my opinion.
It does, absolutely. It does.
It makes a lot of this make sense.
It sounds like a movie, but it happens, and it's what else makes sense.
Like Twiz said, these threats aren't a joke. I've been trying to explain that. They're getting real threats, and Willie was like, "But they've been getting threats the whole time." Not probably like this, because they knew whoever's doing this, it was coming down to the line. We're in the 11th hour here, and I can hear, maybe not such. Well, he told you kind of graphically what some of the threats have been, and it's either you cop to this or this is what's happening. You know what I'm saying?
Thought about that too.
How are Brian's parents getting threatened in Pennsylvania?
Right.
From Moscow, Idaho.
Because chapters everywhere, I'm sure.
Well, whoever this is widespread.
And then they want, do you think all 4 of them were I just feel, I don't know, 4 of them.
Good night, SRB. Thanks,
I
hon.
I
don't know. I don't know. I don't know that I want to know, but I do want to know why with him. With him. I want to know why with him. That's all I want to know. Truly. Yes, it'd be nice to know who really did this.
Great.
I
But
think
why not get the guy that didn't do it out first? Let's get the guy that didn't do it and figure out why he was.
Yeah, I think that's justice, true justice for the victims themselves and the families. They deserve that at the very least, okay? And that's my thought right there, Duck. Is that he did that because the death penalty was coming, okay? So at some point, either way, it could have gone bad for him, but his family, the defense team, court staff, they said that, even from my understanding, I don't know if it's true, but I even heard that there was threats going towards the judge.
Oh, geez.
I wouldn't doubt it at this point. And like I said, you heard what Twiz said, the graphic side to this. Like, I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that.
How did they get her number?
They have to be connected to people of importance to be able to get these things. You got to have to understand the power that would be behind this, to be able to have certain people in your pocket, to be able to have control over certain situations. That's some real power, folks.
Right. And we know this wasn't done in 7 minutes. And it was, so people heard it. We were there, didn't do anything about it, knew something was coming, in my opinion only. Like, I just, like you said, this, and whatever they did, I don't know if people think they deserved it, but I mean, they knew that something happened. But like, this is bad. This is vicious. This is really.
I don't know the actual motive for this, but I know what I feel like it's linked to.
Right.
I don't know if the victims actually physically did something themselves to deserve it, or if it was a verbal thing, or if it was something that some people they're close to that caused it, or if it was something else. But it's definitely
the person that left with something.
Real.
I think that's what they were going to get. And
I think it was a combination of things, possibly a message, or a retribution for something that either went down or was going to go down. I don't know.
Oh, like you guys, and nobody will again. We'll make sure nobody will ever F us again, and I'm going to make sure I make a statement with these 4. Just saying, I just, well, that's stupid. People that are actually going to do that are not going to threaten you on social media. Think about it.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
How do we know the threats weren't on social media? Like on the right, they could have been. I don't know, but I think the threats were a little more real, Jesse. I think they were closer to home, like Twiz said. They were being threatened in PA. I think that was in PA, like in person in PA. Michael said in his book, or in the book, he said to Jeremy's mom, which was Brian's best friend, okay, that had passed away from drug overdose.
Okay.
That one little excerpt that I read to you guys, he said when he ran into her, they talked for a few minutes and said, by the way, Brian didn't do this. You know that. And she said, nah, the Brian I know wouldn't do this. And he said the sheath was planted. It was not there when they said it was. It was found later on somewhere. He also said that, he did say something that had me curious about the same sentence. He said something about, she asked if Brian knew about Jeremy dying, and he goes, he does know. He goes, he didn't know right away because he was gone for a while. We don't know where, but he was gone somewhere for a while. But he does know now. And that there's people watching their house. Government people, he said. Now, I don't know which way you can take that any way you want, but it can be taken a couple different ways. So government people are watching his house in Pennsylvania. Are they watching it to protect him? Or are they watching it because of the other side of things? That's kind of scary. Okay.
It's really scary. Do you think they want protection in there? It will protect you.
Do, but you can only protect people so much. Yeah, Brian is in PC in prison, but so was Jeffrey Dahmer. Jeffrey Dahmer was in PC, and he ended up dead.
Like maybe the people that know somebody in there say, "Hey, look, if you do, if you plead to this, I'll make sure that you are protected when you get here." I don't know. Like,
you can only protect people so much, from my understanding. But I mean, it could be. You could be right.
A very organization that just has power. That's what it seems like to me. That reaches a lot of.
That's a 2 point in my opinion. 2 point in my opinion. I don't know. Like I said, guys, I hope to see something in the next month.
30 days.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
And if not, I don't get it. That's all I can say. Is at that point I'll have to just wipe my hands, and I'll never believe that Brian did this
alone.
Ever.
Or, yeah.
Ever.
Yeah.
I mean, every time I look at him, and I'm so tired of people making up the shit they're making up. This picture right here. Okay. Now, you want to know how many statements I've seen? Hold on a minute here. Let me show it to you and make it a little bit bigger. Nope, I guess I can't. Okay. So this picture right here, I've seen people say, "Oh, he's dead. Look at his eyes." Well, okay. I want you to take a look at his sister in the audience, or in the where she was sitting at with his mom. Guess what? She has the same eyes. Is she a killer?
Right.
I don't think so. He's sitting in a courtroom being sentenced for a quadruple homicide that if all things are come out the right way, he didn't commit. So how's he supposed to look? Okay.
Right. He's being called all kinds of names and assumptions about him, and he's just saying nothing.
And he's also ASD.
Right.
There's that other word I can't ever remember it. We talked about it yesterday. But anyway, and I'm sure he was told by Ann many millions of times, Brian, you just need to sit. Don't react to anything. Don't make a sound. Don't make a face, because you will be ridiculed for everything you do. If you sneeze, they'll find a way to criminalize it. Okay. So again, that's what I mean. So I'm tired of hearing these things that he was plotting their deaths. He was this, he was that.
How did he do it then, people?
I'm tired of this ridiculous bullshit. That's what Bill Thompson was saying, that a lot of these, thank you, Midnight, alexithymia, which is very, very, very highly and closely related to ASD. When you don't have the ability to express or show emotions in certain situations.
Right.
That's what he is, and we've seen Brian that way the whole time.
Exactly.
Okay? Never changed, never done anything. The dyspraxia is the physical thing that he has, Jesse. Same thing, same. It's a different situation, but it's still a bad issue, which I think plays into this as well. To be able to kill 4 people, but you don't have the absolute use of your hands and everything like that, I think that plays into this as well. It's just another flag saying that he couldn't have done it.
Right. No one reminds me of Sheldon from Big Bang Theory. Like, I think like Sheldon. Do you ever watch Big Bang Theory? Sheldon.
Yeah.
That's what it kind of reminds me of. Like Sheldon, he's not there's no evil intent behind there, but he has no ability to really. It's very literal, and he just doesn't.
In some way.
But kind of like just like I don't think that he has a evil. I just, in my opinion.
Well, that's like I said, another guy. If anybody that has always wanted to kill somebody or some buddies, I get it. I can imagine how he would have saved that woman's life like he did if he was really wanting to kill people.
Right. And why would
Let's
you think
trust Steve's first instinct, right? Because the first time he was in the courtroom with Brian, he said, I looked over and I wanted to see a monster, and I didn't see it in him.
Because he's not.
Because he's not.
Same reason why people didn't understand why he couldn't. He didn't apologize. He didn't react. Because he didn't do it. What does he have to apologize for?
If he allocates, he's going to have to lie about it. I went in this room first, then I went.
And that's why they didn't put it in the plea, because they knew he couldn't answer those questions.
Right.
I'm telling you, I feel like they knew that he didn't do this.
Right. Oh God,
they had to play the game all the way to the end zone. Okay. I'm telling you, I truly feel that, especially now that I'm seeing these interviews and this backpedaling and shit. They know Brian didn't do this, in my opinion, but they had to play that game all the way to the stop clock, folks, till it was done.
And then no, everybody just forget about it. He said he gave guilty. Everybody just move on now. Everybody just move on. Everybody just nothing to see here. That's what it seems like. It's like, what?
Because think about it. Do you know what would happen if they came out in the middle of this and would have said, nope, he didn't do it. We know he didn't do it. Here's the proof that he didn't do it. What's going to happen next?
What they just did, they gives the docs. That's basically what they did.
No.
You know what I'm
If they
saying?
would have been before
I
this
know.
even came to this point, if they would have came out and said, "Okay, here's proof, he didn't do this. Brian didn't do this." If the prosecution admitted he didn't do this, what do you think would have happened if that would have happened? What do you think would have happened then? People would have demanded who did it then.
Right? Why did you? Yeah. What?
They're not going to put that work in at this point. They're not going to go looking for
No,
them
they're
people.
not. No,
They very possibly, in my opinion, could know already who it is too.
Oh, true. Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah.
that could be part of the problem, and the threats and all this other stuff. Sometimes you can only reach up so far before you got to stop before you get your hand burnt. You know what I'm saying?
Man.
And what are you talking about? These crazy Ohio people, Twiz? What the fuck?
Huh?
Lucy said it.
Fucking Ohio weirdos. You know what?
It's just, I don't know. I don't know.
Ohio.
I was just agreeing with Lucy.
I'm with Dago. I do not believe that he was there. I think that it was just he was targeted, and I'll never believe that you couldn't call 911. I just can't believe that those two couldn't.
Well, you cannot, if you're not supposed to, then you don't do it.
Well, that's it. That's the thing. Well, then to me, they're protecting Brian Koberger. If you think you want me to believe he did it, then you got to make me believe that's who they're. And I don't believe that. So
They were not supposed to, and that's why they didn't. They followed their orders, in my opinion.
exactly. That points away from him even more to me. Because why would you protect a goddamn stranger? Like, you know what I'm saying? So you're protecting somebody. It's not him because you don't like him.
And remember that too, because that's people are saying, well, why didn't he? If there's other people involved, why didn't he out them? Well, I'm sorry, but if he wasn't there and doesn't know who they are, he can't out them. He had nothing to do with it. There's no connection, nothing.
And Steve wants to. He's asking the questions. They want the answer. They want him to say why he did. They want to know, and they're not going to stop until somebody explains it to him. And it's not going to be from Brian. I think
Steve said he wanted him to stand up and say that he did it on his own, because Steve, in his mind, needs to hear that to believe that Brian did it. Okay, Brian can't do that. Therefore, in turn, he's not involved in it, in my opinion.
Because they can't figure it out. They can't figure out how the fuck this happened or why.
I think they know at this point. Like Twiz was saying, they're coming over to the dark side per se.
Truth side.
Do you think that if that happens, Twiz? I think I already asked you this, but that it'll be a full Monty, that they'll come all the way over to where Brian's completely innocent?
It'll happen eventually.
They have such a
it's only a matter of time.
The impression they have of him, of this monster they think he is. Like, come on. Like, now reading the doc says nobody would ever question that stop, that police stop. Nobody would ever question that ever at all until this happened. Think about it. That was before this happened.
I'm tired of hearing about that too, about how disrespectful and nasty and psycho he was at that police stop. He was probably one of the nicest. I would have acted way more out of line than he did at that August police stop. That was ridiculous to hear people saying that. You could see the crazy. He was acting crazy. No, he wasn't.
He would have got arrested.
Stop inventing things, you guys. He was very polite. The interaction was very, very docile and very polite. Like, stop. Just stop.
It's so
We must bring balance to the force. Steve will come to the dark side.
The truth side.
I truly feel like that absolutely could happen at this point.
Because what they thought.
Oh, it's gonna happen. Trust me.
They thought it didn't happen. He wasn't a stalker. They've said it now. They didn't stalk your kid. They didn't know your kid. He didn't do it. Like, you know now that stuff's not true. What you said in them backstage, that's not true now.
Well, we've known that for a long time that it wasn't true. The defense themselves said that a long time ago.
Such a fucking shame.
Yeah, and everything that they've said that they held against him, they're now saying is not true.
Yep.
It's not that real. It's not real. It's not that serious.
Random house he picked. Random night.
Immediately after they get him in prison.
Right. They find
He
him.
might have just picked that house that night.
That's what they said. What?
Yeah, no more premeditation. They no longer know who the target is. It's just a house now that they don't know why, but he picked a house that night.
Never stalked them. Never drove by 51 times. Poor guy was going to.
Bill said too. Also, the new thing he said, I think, was
I would also just like to point out they can't prove he was in Moscow that night, and I can prove that they can't prove that he was in Moscow that night. It'd be so fucking easy.
Well, look, if you can tell me that John O'Keefe walked 40 steps in a westerly direction into a, then you can tell me that this man was either at Target stargazing with a girl, I don't know, not there.
He wasn't there.
If they got his phone soon enough and had like the actual data from the phone, they could do that. But they just used his call detail records.
Why not extract his entire cloud? Sorry, Ray probably did, right? Like, probably has the answers. I'm hoping.
Well, he just uses the cell phone data, like the cell records too.
Okay,
But he told me to my face that he knows exactly where Brian was.
Okay, well then he wasn't there, right?
No cell expert could argue with that, and he was far south of Moscow that night. And then in the same hearing, Ann said, when talking to Payne, you're referring to the trip from Moscow back to Lewiston. I mean Pullman. So you tell me where Brian was that night.
And Pullman, right? Didn't he get an alert the next morning? It was an alert, right? That he opened up and it made it look like he was Googling the crime history or something, or the crime.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Alerts or something. It's like, what? He was Googling the what? No, it's something like he got an alert because he was in Pullman. It gets like crime alerts. Like I get crime alerts on my phone too for the town. It's called the patch. Like, and it would, if I opened it, they could probably go off my history. Look, I was Googling some crime happened in my neighborhood that morning. Everything they told, lie.
No, it's all bullshit.
And people like me who didn't know any better believed it. Because I was like, no, I mean, why would they have him there? There's got to be something. I'm like, oh, they can't get away the DNA that they made him. It has to be guilty. The guy. That's in my head. That's what they.
I'm telling you, I still don't even feel like they had the DNA.
No,
I don't.
And if they did,
well, it doesn't matter. They could legitimately 100% have his DNA, right? Prove it was on the sheath, which they haven't done. And supposedly the swab came from MPD, not from ISP when they had the sheath. So figure that one out.
Yep.
And then B, prove that he brought the sheath into the house, which they can never do.
No, because they have no way to prove that he was in the house. Period.
They don't even. Oh gosh, it's like.
Brian, I don't know what that means. Dash, dash, dash with me. Okay. I don't know what that means.
I agrees with you.
Yeah, they have nothing, and they know they had nothing the entire time.
And, so and we're like, well, how did you find him then? What led you to Brian then?
We're sitting here listening for 2.5 years about just wait.
Right.
They got so much evidence on him. Wait till you see it. It's going to be big.
Yeah. Don't worry about the 911 calls. There's a reason why. You'll see. You'll see.
Waiting. I'm still waiting.
There's nothing.
Nothing. They got him for no reason. Like they that's what it looks like. They just randomly. How did they get his name? You knew nothing about this man. Nothing. That's what you said.
Well, they know everything about him, but
now they do.
I think they did. I think they did. And if you go back to the earlier when Twiz said what he said, that I agree with the fact that they had him ready for this before he even got there. In my opinion, that makes sense.
Oh, I know.
To pull something off like this,
yeah.
I think you would have to have it all ready and you know what I mean.
It's a vicious, loud, not 7-minute thing that happened. So I mean, a lot of people. You're risking a lot of people. You would get caught. I think these people were seeing. What a shame. What a fucking shame. Okay, but like, remember how she said there's somebody in the house? To me, it's like one person, but I mean, she could have just, I don't know, seen just one person at that point.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think that whoever screamed that was the target. Right? Because I think that people that did this, I think the people that were on Alive knew these people. You know what I'm saying?
Well, just because there's a target doesn't mean there's one. What if all 4 of them were the target?
That's true.
That was something I was getting ready to mention, that they all 4 could have absolutely been the target, including who wasn't supposed to be there, but was conveniently.
Oh, that's right.
If you think about that.
That's right. You said that.
It definitely makes me re-question and very much question the whole Dylan situation when she went and got her and didn't make her, but kind of pressured her into coming back. Wow. So,
and then the whole dog It was cold, so I left the dog out there. You what? You left my dog outside? Are you crazy? Wait, why would you leave my dog outside because you're cold? That makes no sense. Were you trying to make her dog go away? Like what? That makes me upset. It's fucked up.
Do you think that Dylan and Bethany were there the whole time, like all night with?
I don't have a reason to believe that they weren't.
Okay.
But I like if it came out tomorrow that they weren't, I wouldn't be surprised.
Right,
right. This all could be, it's all made up story. But to admit that you saw these, you heard and saw things is very fucked up. I mean, if you're going to make something up, make it sound like you didn't hear goddamn anything. Like, I'm like, why did you let your sister bleed out?
That's another thing that I've come to a conclusion on now, too. And people are probably going to get pissed at me for saying this.
Oh,
but
me too.
from everything I've read and everything I've seen, I almost feel like at this point that Dylan never even saw him, whoever him was. Okay. I just don't. So, and if she did, whoever him or her or they were, I think she knows who that was too.
You went to sleep. How could you sleep? How could you? How do you know that they're not coming back to get you?
They didn't sleep that night at all. That's another lie.
To say that is crazy.
Well, unless they knew it was a shakedown.
Right. That's what I mean.
Exactly.
And
Well,
that's
Kim
Kim did say that like early on that they knew it was coming. They heard everybody, quite a few people around that group and that area knew this was something that was going to happen, which is why Kim said it was so quiet that night and everybody was staying in per se, other than like the little party that was going on or the dance or whatever it was. But it was, and if you listen to a lot of people talk about it, it was deathly quiet there that night, which is abnormal for that area on the weekend. That would make sense as to why people were staying away and they weren't showing up, because that house was loaded with people every day. Well, why was there nobody there that night?
Was it Thanksgiving break though? Was it right before Thanksgiving break too?
No, that was a week later.
It was a week later.
Yeah. Oh wow. That's
why Showalter left, and he's like, I'm not coming back until after Thanksgiving break, which was giving him 2 weeks to heal if he was involved, right?
Yes, sir.
And if the maintenance people went in there 8 days later, that was long before he came back to clean up all of that blood.
Yep. The streaks of blood on his shower curtain, in his drain, on the wall by the light switch, on the flusher to the toilet. That's no. Too convenient.
And outside, right?
And on the outside of the door, yeah.
Did he cut who cut their hand cutting chicken with a pocket knife? Was that one of them or something?
That wasn't Showalter. I can't remember who that was. I don't believe that either, to be honest with you.
It's a weird thing, but that wasn't where the blood. That wasn't the thing.
Why did you have to offer up that information? That's not.
This is so weird.
That's
so weird.
Seems like a convenient way to explain how your hand got cut. And then there was also like the window thing. Both could be possible, but still weird and no proof, you know?
Very weird and no way to prove it. Right.
Like my friend here, like the year that I moved away, like my friend's little brother came to WSU, right? And these houses are old, the windows are old, and like he just pressed on a window, it came out of like the frame and cut his hand. So like it's completely possible.
Yes.
But show me some proof.
Right. And considering the situation, I mean, it's convenient, very convenient. I've always found it kind of odd that so many of these kids who were said to party a lot all went home relative. Yes, every one of them did. Right. Yeah. Very, very uniquely interesting, in my opinion. I agree. And that was the other thing that Jack Showalter, the very next day, he went home that night to his parents in the middle of the night. Didn't even wait till the morning. He was gone. Okay. That was strange. That's always been weird to me, but okay, whatever. You want to drive in the middle of the night. You can't wait.
And he supposedly left at 4:30, right? Somewhere around there.
Yep. 4:30.
So right after the murders happened, he bounced out of town and there's just blood all over his apartment.
Yep. And
now maybe he wasn't the murderer and his friend ran to his house afterwards and he freaked out and left or something. Like there could be other ways to explain this, but motherfucker, you know something.
Yep. And because the way he called the next day repeatedly because he needed to talk to somebody, I'm sorry, but the transcript, the way that sounded was like, it sounded like he was trying to make sure
They knew that he was with the victims before the murders happened, hadn't talked to them since or whatever.
Yep.
Kind of seems like Higgins, given, his what he wants off of his phone.
Right.
Yeah,
Here's
here's
the
what I
land-
want you to know. Don't look over here.
That's true.
Right. Yes.
So,
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. Dylan is Jen McCabe, and Bethany is Carrie Roberts. Like,
Yeah.
she seems
There's
like she-
a lot of these questions that, like trying to establish an alibi. Good point. Again, I don't understand. You're out drinking at a bar all night. Okay, it's a holiday coming up. I don't know how it is in Idaho, but around here, people get nervous around the holidays, out drinking and driving and stuff like that. But you're at a bar, you're drinking, and then your next step is to go home, grab a bag, and get in the car and drive for, I don't know, what is it? How far is it, Twiz, from there to Boise?
Well, he went to a cabin or something. It's supposed to be like 5 hours away, but I don't know where the cabin is.
I thought it was in Boise the way they explained it, but okay, so be it. There's that. So you're gonna drive after drinking at a bar all night in the middle of the night, 4:30 in the morning for 5 hours. Really?
Yeah,
Nobody's-
really. Why did you?
Along several rivers and lakes and creeks and perfect places to, throw knives or whatever.
Yep.
Well, they found a bunch of them on the ways this way and this way, and then they find a bunch of them in the woods this way and that way. Like,
Well,
they found.
They found those knives in like the ditch by Genesee or something, right in the water.
For 2 of them,
And you would drive right by there from Moscow to go to.
And there was something mentioned in one of the Reddit or one of the 4chan posts about Genesee, which was kind of interesting to me. But okay, I do remember that, and that's true too, Brian. We don't know if he was a drinker. He was that, but either way, he still went home after being the last one to be seen with them, and he did it in a rush, and never came back till I think it was after Thanksgiving. But there were people saying that maybe possibly even later that he stayed through Christmas possibly and said he was skipping the 1 week. And well, I don't know if that's true or not, but at least through Thanksgiving.
And then there's the thing where supposedly he was paying for Bethany's attorney or something like that. And then a representative for the Showalter family is the one that I believe Steve said went up on his driveway and threatened him.
Yes.
That's not weird.
No, not at all.
They have money, I guess. The shoulders.
Why? I think it's because they were questioning Showalter in the beginning, very, very much so. I think that is.
Sorry, is he the expert or something, or who's what's his relation to them? He's not the guy that Murphy's dad or the other.
He's Hoodie Guy.
That's Hoodie Guy.
He's the one that said, "Maddie, they're gonna get you for this or whatever."
Yeah,
I thought okay. I thought that was the Kopaka. Okay, I get those two. Okay, so he's Hoodie Guy. Okay.
Yeah, Kopaka was nowhere around any of that situation that we know of, that we saw.
Our first instinct.
It's crazy. The whole thing's crazy. Thank you, Kiki, so much for the super sticker. God bless. Very much appreciated, dear.
So when Steve says they're protecting the university for it's like, but okay, how? Like, because Brian wasn't a teacher there, and the kids still got murdered there, so it's never going to go away. But if you say you're protecting the university, okay, then
no, it can never be put out that happened by anybody even remotely connected to the university, because it will destroy the university's reputation.
So scary. Who's going to send kids to college? I would never.
It wouldn't even matter, dude. Like, if they let Brian out tomorrow, people in Moscow have been like, well, there hasn't been a murder since. So even if Brian didn't do it, we're safe.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Well, no, not there, but.
And I still think you're right about that. If Steve comes out and says what you said he could say, and this and that and everything else about the university, that, your kid, be careful sending your kid to college because they're going to come back in a box, things like that.
I mean, listen, this is
Sam doing it.
This is vicious. This is like
he should do it.
Think about it. Remember Scream? How vicious that was of a movie when we were not in high school. Like this is their real life version of that movie. This is like traumatizing for people. Like, I mean, especially if you want to say it was a random act. Like, what? Oh my God. And if you read these, you're really going to feel scared to send your kids somewhere, because what if they could end up like Brian? just a patsy, unfortunately, in my opinion, only allegedly. Just saying.
Vicky Hunt, I'm looking and I don't see any of your comments. I'm going all the way back and I don't see any comments at all. Oh wait, there's one there. They do not have his DNA because when he was sentenced, Tipler said, "Submit your thumbprint to enter." I don't know
They
that
have to do that no matter what.
Yeah, that's protocol for a fact. I know that, but I did question that at first, but then I looked that up, and they all do that no matter what. Thank you, Randy. Good
They
to see
knew
you
where he
tonight.
worked. They could get his touch DNA from where he worked at the high school. He worked at the college right next to at Washington State. They could have got his touch DNA from that. I'm just saying it. If they wanted to.
Hold on a minute. Let me see who these went to real quick, Randy. Thank you again, buddy. Hold on.
Oh shit! They're in.
The chat's flying, so it's hard to catch it. One second.
Weird.
Reality, you kind of froze up for a second, but you're back.
I'm back.
Looks like Taxi Slut 61, KC Blues, Ramona
Was it
Farnsworth, Monty 69, and Lori S. all got memberships. Congratulations. Welcome. That gave us 16. Thank you, Randy. Where are we at, guys? What time? Looks like 4:25. It's probably about that time. It's also 11:41, so I'm sure people are tired.
Appreciate you, man.
Has laundry on site, not inside the apartment. Literally, his touch DNA could have been got anywhere 10, 100,000. Yeah, it's a good point. It's a good point.
It seems very tail light-ish. Tail light pieces that just appear. They just appeared and revealed themselves. Evidence just reveals itself after the fact.
I'll be honest with you. The only thing that I ever questioned about Brian at all is when they first came out with the whole Amazon thing in the K-bar. Yep. I did question it, but I still want to see proof that happened. I want to see a receipt of some sort or something. Because they never did.
Just because he ordered one doesn't mean anything.
They say it matches like, oh, it was the same order. It's like they said they made us think that chief went to a knife that he bought and had the same SKU number, and that would make me 1,000. Okay, it's his then, or somebody borrowed it and used it. I'm just saying,
and that's what I'm saying.
True. That's not even true.
They never proved any of that. Okay,
no.
And that's what my issue is. So
all of it.
The receipt's coming. They're going to bring a receipt now. Critical after he's in prison. I doubt it.
Where?
Oh, you can show me the receipt that he ordered one. I won't give a shit.
Well, they found it on him anyway, so they just didn't find the sharpener.
Dude, how funny will it be if that knife in the house was a K-bar? They have the K-bar and the sheet that he ordered, and these stupid guilters that believed it the whole time.
Yep, that never left Pennsylvania.
Idaho, I like that.
Well, I went through every document, every report. Critical. There's no receipt for that in there anywhere. None. There's no receipt for any of that stuff in any of those reports, documents. Nothing. It's not in there. And they draw. I read all 314 of those reports. Nothing about that is there.
And they still have not said it was a K-bar. They did not say exactly what kind of weapons they used. They can't even. They found K-bars and said they weren't them. So they found K-bars in the woods. Well, okay, we know that's not the weapon.
And not to mention that not only is that not there, but there's nothing in any one of those reports that proves that even points to Brian as being guilty for this. So that's the worst part of it all.
Yep.
The car driving around the house is confirmed to be the undercover. They can't prove which one was that car and which one was supposedly Brian's car. They can't even track the cell phone data to him being close to Moscow that night.
Right.
It's a joke.
It is a fucking joke. And it's like
every single bit of it is.
And there's other higher ups watching this. I don't know. I think that a lot of people on that do talk about true crime should be outraged. Cops should be outraged. Police officers that are watching that do this and talk about stuff like this should be outraged by this if they're paying attention. They were outraged by Karen Reed's shit, and this is 10 times worse.
Every American should be.
Worse.
Yeah, everybody that lives in this country should be upset. And
that's what blows my mind is just the timing, because Karen Reed comes out proven to be not guilty, proved that the cops lied and planted evidence, and everyone just blindly believes this whole Brian
Yeah.
Koberger shit.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
And not to mention, don't forget that Delphi happened before Karen too. So
I knew nothing about that. This
some
is
people
like,
should have been on alert because of Delphi.
man, it makes you not
I mean,
even.
Delphi's a crazy one too.
Yeah.
But it's like
You guys blew
in
my mind.
court, Karen Reed proved that they lied and planted evidence.
Yep.
Like it's not even a question.
He wasn't even hit. Nothing from when I saw those X-rays. The last thing we saw, trial 2, the last thing I saw and that's what really convinced. I mean, I was convinced, but to see the X-rays themselves, that he had no injuries, literally, like what? I feel it's nothing. They drug these families through this trial. They were going to try to do it with this one, but they drugged John's mom through 2 trials. This woman has.
Yeah, I feel really bad for her.
Why would you do that to somebody when you know you can't win and you know that she didn't do it and it's a shit that is effed up and it's
they couldn't let their cops get bad names. That's all.
But they are like what?
Well, listen to the G fam and all the other ones. It's never about the victims once it gets in the court system.
I know.
Then it's about their ratings and their raises and their promotions.
Yeah.
I'm disappointed with the freaking the Southern District of New York, 98% conviction rate. Well, you lied to us about Diddy shit too. They lied to us about the evidence they had on him. Nobody should believe anything anymore. It's a shame.
I still can't believe Diddy got off on what he did. I really thought that was going to
do nothing.
They were making an example of him, but
personally, I think they went after him on the wrong charges.
Yeah,
perhaps because you ain't telling me that he didn't enter Usher or Bieber before they turned 18.
Of course.
But what they brought charges for, all those people consented and then tried to say that they didn't consent later on. So it was just stupid.
Yeah. And then you really want them to be witnesses. You want to be witnesses to something they did as well. You're going to believe them. And the thing is, it's not illegal. All the stuff that they say, it's not illegal. Listen, it's not. And you didn't have any kiddie tunnel thingies. All this stuff, all the A-list celebrities, you didn't have any of it. And you told us that you did. You told us you had videos. In the very beginning, they said that. And they bring a case and they make for what pregnant women go through hell. It's like, and he's going to get out. He's going to get out. It's like crazy. I think that they're not going to, I think they're going to, I thought they did the other guy. You there's no list because where did these people traffic these people to? Who are these people? Who are these victims? And who did they traffic them to? To Ghislaine Maxwell. If Epstein did nothing, then why is she still in jail? Why is she still in prison? If he didn't do anything and he committed suicide. He never trafficked anybody.
Was she ever in prison if that's true?
Yeah, that's my point. Why did that ever happen? Period.
Right. Like, why is she still there then? Assholes.
And I'm not seen in prison more than once.
Yeah.
And where did she traffic them to? To who, please? To who? To who? How hard is it to tell us to who? You have her convicted to who? And who? And don't tell me his girlfriend. I don't want to hear about his. Anyway, sorry.
I don't know.
They're fans.
All right, guys, that's gonna do it for tonight. I'm going to lay down, I guess. And thanks, Twiz, for jumping up, Jesse, Krista,
appreciate it,
Tomboy, and I think that Dawn. Everybody, thank you for jumping up tonight. It was a good conversation, guys, and a great show. But I just wanted to warn you about Dot too. Don't forget that stuff. Don't let it get to you either, because it's just not true. So thank you, guys. Thank you, mods. I appreciate everything as always. Chat, Twiz is gone already. That was quick. And guys, don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change nothing. You guys are the beautiful people, and I will see you tomorrow morning. Have a great night. Take care. Yes, ma'am. Bye-bye. And I will see you all very soon. Good night. God bless. Thanks again, guys. Bye.
Sticky floors, coffee stains, buzzing neon light remains. Faces murmur, shifting blame. Fingers tap on shut tight. Truth's a ghost in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True Crime Cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True Crime Cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight under flickering light. Cops and questions, mouth shut tight.